Bobcat softball land. We've got the Marshalltown Bobcats today in their second home game of the season. They fell to Fort Dodge yesterday in a sweep. Tonight taking on the Roosevelt Roughriders right here on KFJB-TV. David Braga here in the booth alongside Elijah Bond for Game 1. We'll have Brandon Lewis on the call for Game 2 as we move throughout the evening. The Bobcats, like I said, struggled yesterday to get much going on the offensive side. Elijah, no hit in Game 1.
Yeah, it was a bit of an offensive struggle through both games yesterday for the Bobcats. The first inning in Game 2 was pretty much the only bright spot offensively.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the batting order here. We've got the Roosevelt Roughriders up first. Starting pitcher Clara Page, Haley Burriola at short, Tenley Thompson at third, Ariana Morrow behind the plate, Avery Vukovic in center, Jalea Lee at first base, Nani Bell in right, Sloan Swanson in left, and Grace Bell in second. The Roosevelt Roughriders sitting 4-2 overall on the season, 4-0 in the Iowa Alliance Conference South. An Iowa Alliance Conference matchup here tonight. Roosevelt looking to stay undefeated in the conference. Now we'll take a look at the Bobcats starting lineup as they look to bounce back from a sweep yesterday. Gianna Bowney in center. Kate Sandvik, once again at shortstop. Briley Danielson will be the starting pitcher. Lainey Danielson over at first base. Aubrey Munt over in right field. Kaylin Coleman at third. Olivia Wise starting at second. She did yesterday as well. Abby Jansen will start Game 1 behind the plate. Carson Price, the designated hitter. And Brooklyn Smith out in left field. Those are our Sandvik starting lineups, brought to you by Sandvik Enterprise. Take a look at the coaches here discussing with the umpires at home plate, going over starting lineups. Getting ready here for the Roosevelt Roughriders coming to town here in Marshalltown.
Yesterday, the Roughriders swept Ottumwa 6-2 in Game 1 and 5-4 in Game 2. It was a 5-run sixth inning for the Roughriders to propel them to a 6-2 victory in Game 1. And in Game 2, they did just enough. They were up by 2 going into the 7th inning, gave up 1 run, but that's all they gave up, and they ended up getting the victory.
You mentioned that 5-run inning for Roosevelt yesterday. That was a struggle for the Bobcats yesterday, giving up massive innings to Fort Dodge. They played well throughout the majority of the game, but there were some innings in particular. Game 1, the first inning, Fort Dodge got on the scoreboard early, 4-0. As we take a look at Jason Bowers here, the head softball coach for Marshalltown, as well as Christina Smith, the head coach for Des Moines Roosevelt. Marshalltown, got behind early, and Fort Dodge really yesterday used some big innings to propel themselves. Hopefully the Bobcats here today can avoid that. It seems like they've got another opponent today that can take advantage of those big innings.
Yeah, Fort Dodge yesterday in Game 1, a 4-run first inning, a 6-run fifth inning, and then in Game 2, another 6-run fifth inning. So you have to think key in today's games for the Bobcats is to avoid those big innings.
Briley Danielson on the mound, or in the circle, I should say, here for Game 1. She did a really nice job yesterday painting that outside corner. It was something that both pitchers took advantage of yesterday, but that's kind of the thing in softball is sometimes the strike zones change a little bit, umpire to umpire, day to day. What should Briley be looking at here today?
I think she needs to use this first half inning to find that pitch. Like yesterday, it was the outside part of the plate. I think she needs to use this first inning to find that pitch that will put down these Roughriders.
To students and staff alike. Tonight, the Marshalltown Roosevelt softball teams are wearing yellow bows in his memory. The color is a small tribute to the bright presence he brought to our lives, and a nod to those yellow boots we all came to know and love. Thank you, Mr. Waxhaw, for the impact you made. You will be deeply missed.
There we get a couple good shots of both teams wearing yellow ribbons in their hair in honor of Marshalltown High School social studies teacher, Mr. Wagshall, who passed away this week. An awesome memorial here to him today with both teams wearing the yellow bows. Hats off to Roosevelt for joining and doing that.
Yeah, it's a very good touch, and sometimes in sports, there's moments that are bigger than the game. And yesterday, it was a memorial with Fort Dodge. Today, it's a memorial of Mr. Wackshaw. It's one of these moments that is bigger than softball, and it really says something that Roosevelt is joining in that.
Really puts into perspective how, even in rivalries, even in the same division, even in the same conference, you can grow past that. You can, honor each other and honor each other's schools, and really nice from both teams here today. As we get a look at the starting lineups being announced here at the Marshalltown softball complex here at Marshalltown High School. There you see Briley Danielson. She will be in the center circle.
Something to watch in today's game. Both teams are on streaks. The Bobcats have lost their last 4, a doubleheader sweep at the hands of Ames, and then last night a doubleheader sweep at the hands of Fort Dodge. Roosevelt has won their last 4 games. A doubleheader sweep of Des Moines Lincoln, 13-1 and 9-0, and then the aforementioned doubleheader sweep of Ottumwa.
It has not been the easiest of starts for the Marshalltown softball team. Ames, I believe, is ranked in the top 15 in 5A, and I misspoke yesterday calling Fort Dodge 5A. They're 4th in 4A, and then now we've got Roosevelt here sitting undefeated in the conference, like you mentioned, a couple big wins over Ottumwa yesterday. As we will take a look at the national anthem here at the Marshalltown softball complex, we will step away for just a moment. Play ball, as the locals say. Des Moines Roosevelt will be leading us off here in the top of the first inning. Briley Danielson on the mound for the Bobcats.
I believe she pitched all 5 innings yesterday, did she not?
Yes, she did.
So she pitched all 5 innings in a 12-0 loss in game number 1. So looking to rebound from that, as is the entire Bobcats team.
Yeah, like you said, use that first inning, figure out what pitch the umpire is going to like tonight, and take advantage of that. As we see her warming up here, catcher Abrielle Jansen behind the plate for game 1. Yesterday, Fort Dodge took advantage of Jansen behind the plate. There were quite a few steals and a lot of throws coming up just a little short here tonight. As we'll take a look at the field view for the Marshalltown Bobcats. Briley Danielson behind the plate. Abrielle Jansen, the catcher. Lainey Danielson at first. Olivia Wise at second. Kate Sandvik at shortstop. Kaylin Coleman at third. We've got Gianna Bowney in center. Aubrey Munt in right, as well as Brooklyn Smith in left. Those are your starters for the Bobcats as Clara Page steps to the plate for the Roughriders. First pitch for Danielson, swung on and fouled back to the right field side.
Page coming into tonight, a 2.67 average, a 7.33 OPS, and 1 triple.
Second pitch catches the inside corner, a great pitch there from Briley. And she will make the count 0-2 and put Page in a tight spot to start off the first inning. Swung on this one to center. Sandvik will make the play at shortstop in shallow left center field. She had a couple plays like that yesterday, just tailing back into shallow outfield.
Yeah, she did, and this is a much, much better start to the first inning for the Bobcats.
Yes. As here we'll have Haley Burriola stepping to the plate. Another righty here for Roosevelt. First pitch from Danielson, high and outside for the first ball of the game. Second pitch swung on, this one to deeper left center.
Nice snag. By the 8th grader Brooklyn Smith.
Some nice work here from the Bobcat outfield, as well as Sandvik tailing into the outfield to start this first inning. As we'll see our first lefty up to bat. Danielson, once again, this time it'll be the outside corner to the lefty. It's Tenley Thompson up to bat.
Thompson has yet to record a hit this season. She has 2 RBIs and 2 sac flies.
Still productive at the plate.
Yes.
Here as the count is evened up at 1 apiece. Foul tipped back into Jansen's mitt to make the count 1-2. Danielson looking to get out with a clean sheet 0 on the scoreboard here in the top of the first. That pitch just misses outside. Seems like you mentioned earlier trying to find that pitch. It looks like she's found it, that inside corner to righties and outside corner to lefties, really attacking that side of the plate.
Yeah, it's been called a strike a few times so far.
That one into shallow center. Sandvik again tailing over. She'll make the play behind second base, and the Bobcats make it out of the top of the first, not allowing a hit. Much better than their first inning yesterday against Fort Dodge in Game 1. We mentioned Fort Dodge put 4 runs on the board in that first inning.
It's a much, much cleaner first inning for the Bobcats. Now, something that they did in Game 2, they pitched a 0 in the first inning and got 3 runs on the board. So let's see if they can repeat that.
Thanks in part to a Briley Danielson 2-run homer yesterday was how they got 3 runs on the board early. We'll see if the Bobcats can, again, strike early and often. That seemed to be a theme yesterday anyway. The Bobcats able to get some runners on and in early innings, and then as the pitching duos heated up, that was when the offense started to slide away from the Cats. We'll see if they can do that again here today.
On the mound is Clara Page. And
unable to help herself out in the first inning, but they say the best offense is a good defense. So maybe from the circle here today, she can help herself out against the Bobcats.
There have been no stats recorded for yesterday's doubleheader for the Roughriders, but in 3 recorded games, Page is 1-2, 19 innings pitched, an opposing batting average of 1.41. 3 earned runs, 11 hits, and a 1.11 ERA. So definitely not an easy arm for the Bobcats to go up against in Game 1.
That 1-2 record, deceptive for a pitcher giving up a sub-150 batting average and having a 1.1 ERA. certainly no slouch in the circle here for Roosevelt today as the Bobcats look to get it started early and often. Gianna Bowney up to bat here to lead off the Bobcat half of the first inning.
Bowney gets on. She is a threat on the base pass. 5 stolen bases already this season. She is perfect in stolen base attempts and stolen bases. 5 for 5.
First pitch here from Page. High for ball 1. And that's something you'll see a lot here, especially in high school softball. There's no leadoff, but you'll see a lot of runners still take that very aggressive stance at both first and second base as second pitch is in there for a strike. We saw that a lot yesterday with Fort Dodge, a very fast and powerful team taking advantage of that.
Yeah, it seemed like anytime they got a runner on, they were always on the move, whether it was on the first pitch of the at-bat or later on in the at-bat. They were always on the move.
Pitch fouled back there off the catcher's face mask by Bowney. It'll be 1-2 here, the count. Now it becomes a battle for Bowney. See how long she can stay alive at the plate. There's a weakly hit grounder. Can't quite beat out the throw to first. Nice job there from Page to at least knock the ball down, then able to secure it, make the throw over to first, and get the out. As we'll see Kate Sandvik come to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom half of the first. Sandvik also very aggressive at the plate as well as on the bases.
She has an impressive .556 average through the first handful of games.
And that'll... Oh, nice play there from the left fielder. Thought for a second that was going to drop. It does not. Nice play there.
Nice play by Swanson out in the left.
Yes, Sloan Swanson. As here we see Briley Danielson to the plate. A 2-run homer yesterday in Game 2 against Fort Dodge to put the Bobcats up 2-0. An aggressive cut here on the first pitch. It's fouled off to the first baseman who makes the play. And the Bobcats, once again, similar to the last couple days, struggled in the first inning. As we will head to the second, we'll be right back on Your Home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
And Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV, streaming all year on YouTube.
We are back here at the Bobcat softball complex here at Marshalltown High School. The Bobcats and Roughriders all tied up at 0 here, headed to the top of the second.
Both pitchers made quick work of that first inning. I think it was less than 10 pitches for Clara Page for the Roughriders, and Briley Danielson couldn't be much more than 10 or 15.
Both teams very aggressive at the plate, but unable to reach base.
Hey, but let me tell you, these Rough Rider uniforms are pretty slick. I might be a sucker for baby blue, but they are some pretty slick uniforms.
They are very nice. And who isn't a sucker for baby blue? As we'll see Ariana Morrow come to the plate here. Briley Danielson, first pitch to her is inside and low for ball 1.
Morrow, Vukovic, and Lee do up.
Second pitch from Danielson. That's in there for a strike. Again, that inside corner to righties.
It looked like Morrow wanted to off-rat that, but laid off and elected to take that strike call.
That pitch high and away. Count now 2-1 here for Danielson. Swung on, fouled to the Rough Rider dugout.
Looked like that foul ball caught the foot of Morrow.
2-2 now the count here. Danielson working on Morrow. Swung on, short grounder to first base. Close play at first, but the Bobcats are able to make it for the first out here in the second inning.
It's a 3-4 put out at first base.
Nice communication there from the Bobcats to not run into each other, to still make a play there. It was getting hairy there with the speedy runner, but nice job from the Bobcats there to make the out.
Yeah, and I think part of it has to do with the base pass, with softball only being 60 feet. Normally in baseball you see the pitcher cover, but in softball that might be more of a player that the second baseman covers.
Yes. As we see Avery Vukovic step to the plate here. She takes a strike on the outer half of the plate from Danielson. That one just misses inside there from Danielson. 1-1 now the count. One out here in the top of the second. Popped up catcher Jansen cannot make a play. It makes its way into the bleachers here in front of us on the first base side.
Dylan Dose was here. He would have flinched on that one.
1-2 now the count here for Danielson, looking for the second out of the second inning. Pitch low there to even up the count at 2 apiece. Blooped into shallow right, second baseman back. What
nice.
A catch, mate. Oh, juggled.
Transfer? It is.
We've got an out there from the first base umpire. What a play made there. Olivia Wise tailing back into shallow right field.
She made a couple of those yesterday, and another one here today.
Made the catch, bobbled it, and still recovered in time to get the glove and the hand underneath it. What a play there from Olivia Wise. Replay there from our very own Keith Stewart. A great job from the third base dugout. Getting a good shot of Olivia Wise there making the play. As Jalea Scott steps to the plate here for the Rough Riders. That one fouled back into the fence in front of us. First strike of the at-bat here for Briley Danielson. Looking to get out of the second inning. Much better job so far, both by her and the Bobcat defense here.
Yes.
Really have stepped it up since yesterday. Quick turnaround, not easy to play double headers in consecutive days, but the Bobcats looking to do so.
In the post-game interview yesterday, head coach Jason Bowers really emphasized that he wasn't very happy after the Game 1 performance. So you saw a little laugh out of the Bobcats in Game 2.
That one fouled back into the backstop once again. That'll bring us to a full count here in the bottom of the second inning. Got it.
Right down the middle.
Strike 3 there from Briley Danielson. She'll get out of the second inning, and the Bobcats and Roosevelt Rough Riders still tied up at 0. Some excellent defense so far in the early goings for the Bobcats, particularly by those middle infielders. We've seen Sandvik and Wise now both trailing back into bloopers into the shallow outfield to make some nice plays, keep the base runners off the bases.
Yeah, you saw a few of those yesterday, and it's nice to see that defensive energy hasn't wavered here in Game 3 in 2 days.
Right. Like I said, not easy to play double headers back-to-back days, as there we see Coach Bowers giving a little bit of a pep talk here heading into the Bobcat half of the second inning. looking to get back in the win column. You mentioned there the Bobcats have suffered a few straight defeats to some tough opponents here. An opportunity, though, today against Roosevelt. Get those first home game jitters out of the way. First time performing in front of the home crowd. Now step up today here against Roosevelt.
Since 2015, Roosevelt is 6-2 against the Bobcats. So a Bobcat win wouldn't necessarily be an oddity. It's just not very common.
As here we have Lainey Danielson stepping to the plate to lead off the bottom of the second. Takes a first pitch strike on the outer half of the plate here from Clara Page. Once again, same spot there. Strike 2 to Danielson.
Quickly down 0-2, but he does have some power. Already 2 home runs this year.
There's a blooper over the second baseman. That'll drop for the first hit of the afternoon for the Bobcats. Lainey Danielson, a blooper into shallow right, just over the outstretched glove of the second baseman for Roosevelt. And the Bobcats have a runner on there as we see Lainey at first.
Grace Bell stretched out her arm, but couldn't quite make that play. So runner on and nobody out.
Just enough power there from Danielson to touch the grass, as that's a popped-up bunt that will squeak foul. Aubrey Munt, the right fielder, up to bat here for the Bobcats.
The senior Munt, 2 singles so far this season, so another one here, the Bobcats would be in good shape.
0-1 pitch here from Page. That is an excellent bunt there from Munt. That'll advance the runner. Tough snag there made at first base. That is by Grace Bell, who did just miss that blooper from Danielson, but able to cover first base there on the bunt and get the out there at first. Bobcats now with a runner in scoring position, though. Danielson to second as Kaylin Coleman steps to the plate.
Coleman so far, the sophomore, an impressive 400 average.
Takes a pitch inside for ball 1. The Bobcats yesterday against Fort Dodge were able to get 2 runners on second and third in the first inning, despite being no hit, but could not get out in front there in the first, as that one's ripped foul down the third base line. Fort Dodge able to get out with 3 consecutive strikeouts in that first inning. Now the Bobcats again an opportunity with a runner in scoring position to get on the board early. Will today be a different day? 1-1 the count here to Coleman. Pitch is in the dirt over home plate for a ball.
To your point yesterday, Porter on the mound really settled in after that first inning, and after that the Bobcats really couldn't get anything going.
Really, after the first 2 batters, she just immediately brought in 3 straight strikeouts for the Dodgers. As that one low and inside, a nice job there by the catcher making a stop there. That's Ariana Morrow, the catcher behind the plate, sliding over to make the stop. But now the count 3-1 here for Coleman, looking to get aboard with just 1 out here in the bottom of the second. That one another blooper. This will be a play made at short. A lot of bloopers so far today. That's 4 or 5 now through just 2 innings.
You know, the golden rule in baseball and softball is you make a good defensive play, you bat. And now Olivia Wise is coming to bat.
There you go. Can Olivia Wise capitalize on that excellent play made in shallow right in the top of the second? That one low and in the dirt for ball 1.
Had a few of those in the last couple at bats from Page here. A couple of bouncing balls that didn't quite get the glove.
That one ripped foul into some of the construction work here that's been done at the softball and baseball complexes here getting ready for baseball and softball season. The count now 1-1 to Wise. That one a grounder sharply to short. Play made at first, and the Bobcats strand one here in the bottom of the second. The Roosevelt Roughriders get out of the jam. Bobcats will look to hold the Roughriders scoreless as we head to the third right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
Briley Danielson, so far a shutout from the mound here at the Marshalltown softball complex here against Roosevelt. As there you take a look at the Roosevelt batting order. It's been quiet so far from the plate for really both teams.
Yeah, that base hit from Danielson in the last inning was the first base hit of the game for either side. And now through two complete.
Bobcats got no hit yesterday in Game 1 against Fort Dodge, looking to return the favor here against Roosevelt. Briley Danielson has done an excellent job navigating the corners here so far today.
Bell, Swanson, Bell due up for the Roughriders in the third.
First pitch there from Danielson just misses low and away. This is to Nani Bell for the Roughriders. And one on the inside corner for a strike to even up the count. That one in the dirt before the plate. It'll be 2-1 here. Unfortunately for Danielson, the umpire not one of my Little League umps. One time I had a ball bounce before the home plate come up while I was up to bat. As that one ripped to right field. Hey, I'll take the blame for that one.
Yeah, it's your fault, David.
I'll take the blame for that one as Nani Bell gives the Roughriders the lead. A missile over the right field wall.
The line drive that didn't dip.
It did not at all. And Nani Bell gives the Roughriders the 1-0 lead.
I want to say that's her first home run of the season. That is Roosevelt's first home run of the season as a team. Coming into today, none.
Not a great look for me, I'm afraid.
No, it is not a good look for you, David. 30 coming into today, 30 of 38 hits were singles.
They might not let me back in the booth. I might just have to swap places with Brandon here in Game 1, let him back on the mic, as we've got Brandon producing here for Game 1. He'll be on the mic for Game 2, though, so don't worry. We'll have no hitter calls early in Game 2. Misses high and wide there for Danielson. The first pitch to Swanson. And there's another one. This one to deep left.
Nice play by
Bobcats
Smith there.
Able to make the play this time, though, as Smith gets underneath it.
But here's more of the hard contact that we saw yesterday from Fort Dodge. It's create its way back in here in the start inning.
A lot of soft contact early on in those first two innings. A couple bloopers, some ground balls, and now here looks like Roosevelt has figured out Briley Danielson is. Now we've got Grace Bell up to bat. That one misses high and inside as we take a look at that replay from the Bobcats. Brooklyn Smith over in left. 1-0 the count here. Danielson, there's a ground ball too short. Sandvik snags it, makes the play to first. And there's another one of those ground ball outs here from the Bobcat defense. Sandvik the play.
That was a throw with conviction from Kate Sandvik.
One thing I've picked up from watching Kate Sandvik here these last couple games, she does have quite an arm. She plays shortstop here in Game 1. She played center yesterday in Game 2. I believe she'll be in center for Game 2 again today. Quite the arm.
It was mentioned yesterday in between games that in her cat connection that she wants to play at the next level. In order to play at the next level, you have to have a strong arm defensively.
Yeah.
So.
And certainly no troubles at the plate so far this year for Sandvik. She had that hard contact to left field in the first inning. It was unfortunately did not quite drop in for a hit. But certainly working her way towards playing at the next level. And been a good showing for her so far this year.
Only as a sophomore. It will be really interesting and fun to watch her next steps.
Quick meeting at the mound here for Danielson. Winds up. Just misses that outside corner. A little high as well. 2-0 now the count here. Bobcats looking to get out of the third inning, trailing just 1-0 here. That one popped up to center. Run on from both outfielders, and the play is made in center field. That's Gianna Bowney making the play. A lot of running so far for the Bobcat outfield, but they've handled it pretty well so far. Roughriders do get one on the board, though. A home run from Nani Bell to lead off the third inning.
That was it. So a nice job there from the Bobcats to limit that damage defensively. Now hopefully they can get some offense going.
We've seen the Bobcats making contact with pitches here in the early goings, just haven't quite had the success, not quite finding the holes in the defense. A lot of balls hit straight to the shortstop, a lot of balls hit straight to second baseman, left field, not quite finding the gaps in the defense. Still a lot of game left here, though, as we're just in the bottom of the third. Just want to remind everyone that production of today's game is made possible by the Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. NeedItRentIt.net. Bobcats need a run here to tie up the game. I won't make the same joke I did yesterday, but I just know I was thinking about it.
Yeah, you're not off to a great start with jokes here today, are you?
No, it's been quite the start here for me in the booth as we take a look at our good buddy Deegan out there in center field. Elijah here next to me will be out there for Game 2. We talked about it yesterday. We got the ladder now there for you. It'll make it a little bit easier to climb up onto the scaffolding.
I will say it was a lot easier to climb up and down yesterday.
It's good to hear.
Instead of having to use the side of the scaffolding.
Good to hear. We've had a couple close calls with both of our cameramen so far this year. We've had yesterday there was a home run to center field just to your left. And Keith Stewart had a couple line drive foul balls go just over his head yesterday with the hard contact that was being made.
You know, I was thinking this morning before I started getting my prep ready for the broadcast, I was thinking about bringing my glove because you never know out there.
Abrielle Jansen, soft grounder to second base. Play is made by Roosevelt there to get the first out of the bottom of the third. As the Bobcats continue to just make that soft contact here in the infield. Carson Price here now batting for the Bobcats. Fouls off the first pitch to that third base side. 0-1 the count. Takes a ball there to even up the count at 1 apiece.
Price coming into today, 250 OBP and 1 walk, so yet to record a base hit.
2 balls there as the 1-1 count misses low and away in the dirt. Here from Clara Page. That one another ground ball, this one to short. Another nice throw from a shortstop. This one from Roosevelt. as Jonna Bounty comes up to bat here for the Bobcats. We get back to the top of the order.
See if these first 4 batters that had some success yesterday in Game 2 can spark a throughout rally.
It's Burriola over there at short, making the play there for the Roughriders. Bounty, that one lifted in the air to right field, trailing back and just foul at the foul pole. Bounty, a good rip down the right field line, but it just lands foul beyond the fence.
That was close.
Just about tied us up here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. As we get a look there at the replay. We had a couple of those yesterday from the Bobcats against Fort Dodge early to the 3rd baseline of the field, and now Bounty just gets in front of one. Gets a tip on the 2nd pitch as well. It'll be fouled back into the catcher. 0-2 now the count here for Bounty. That one in the air, right center field. That'll hit the gap. It'll one-hop the wall. Bounty on her way to second. We'll have a stand-up double here for Bounty. And the Bobcats finding some hard contact here in the bottom of the 3rd. And a dangerous hitter at the plate. We talked about her in the last inning. Made that out at short. Sandvik here coming up to bat as Bounty drops off some equipment to the dugout.
Bounty on second. 5 stolen bases so far this season. She won't need it there.
Oh, what a nice catch. Play there from Burriola. Some elite defense today shown off by both shortstops. Sandvik robbed of a base hit by Haley Burriola. Some excellent defense here from both teams. The Bobcats strand one on second here again as we take a look. Burriola, what a snag there. Got the glove underneath it. What a play to keep the Cats off the board. You have to think if that gets through, you're going to have an even ball game here at 1. But unfortunately for the Cats, we will have to see what they do in the 4th as we see the Cats trailing 1-0 right here on KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects, from learning how to build relationships and healthy lifestyles,
and gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back to the Bobcat softball complex. Haley Burriola just robbed Kate Sandvik of a hit, and now she gets a hit of her own into left field to lead off the 4th. Burriola continuing to make plays. She'll look at second there as the ball gets away from Olivia Wise, but will not advance to second base.
I don't know if I expect anything more from the at-bat. Burriola making a great play defensively, coming up to bat, and do you get to hit?
Just a rifle there in the left field, able to drop in front of the left fielder. As now we've got Tenley Thompson back up to bat here. 1 on, she'll take a ball low here in the top of the 4th. Danielson still in the circle here for the Bobcats. That one just misses outside.
Baseball is also looking to rebound after a tough night last night, getting swept by Fort Dodge, and looks like they're already down 3-0 to Roosevelt in the top of the 2nd.
That one lifted into left. It'll drip foul. No play able to be made over there in left by Smith. 2-1 now the count after the foul ball.
I think it's a show of confidence that Smith is playing in left field.
Shows bunt, drops it down. Play at first. A nice stab there from Olivia Wise covering the base. But that will advance Burriola all the way to third base. And Roosevelt here threatening in the fourth. Runner on third, 1 out. Following the play at first.
This is one of those plays that the second baseman covered first base there. But with no one covering third, Burriola able to advance.
And a nice job there from Wise to handle the low throw. Pitch in there for a strike there for Danielson. Now working on Ariana Morrow. 1 out here in the fourth. A dangerous spot for the Cats. Runner on third. Looking to show bunt again. Will lay it down. And the Bobcats looking to get the lead runner. Will not be able to do so. Out at second. Play at the plate coming home. No good. Throw was just wide. And we saw that a little bit yesterday with Fort Dodge. Some indecision from the Bobcat infield. And some smart base running there from the Roughriders, taking advantage of a little bit of confusion there. They will capitalize, and we've got a 2-0 ball game now. Roughriders take advantage of that leadoff single. Drop down some very smart, very well-executed bunts.
You saw there that Morrow was a little bit indecisive herself about going to second base, and she did. She got tagged out, but for a good cause.
That one lined to first base. An excellent play made down the line there at first as the Bobcats do get out of the inning, but not before Roosevelt gets another run on the board. The leadoff single by Burriola comes around on the bunt, as well as the throw to second base made by the Bobcat infield. And like you said, there was some indecision there from Morrow if she was going to go to second, but you know, you'll trade it out for a run in that situation, especially in what seems to be such an excellent defensive ball game so far here this afternoon.
Yeah, only a couple base hits each way. Gianna Bonney and Lainey Danielson for the Bobcats. But nothing doing in the score column for them yet. Down 2-0 here on the fourth. And there's a great shot of our very own Keith Stewart.
Keith hanging out just above the Roosevelt dugout there on the third base line.
I got to say, he is sporting a great T-shirt today. Little Debbie University.
Ooh, that's a college I would want to attend right there. There we take a look at Briley Danielson. Had that 2-run home run yesterday. Won't be able to put 2 on the board here as she'll lead off the fourth inning for the Cats, but would be a great sign for the Cats to see her at least get on base here. Like you said, just a struggle here offensively for the Cats again. 2 hits. Some well-hit balls just haven't been able to find the holes in the defense yet.
Yeah, it's been like that the last couple of games for the Bobcats before yesterday. They were no hit the last 2 games before game 2 yesterday. And it's just been a struggle as they get runs on the board.
Clara Page still out there for the Roughriders in the circle.
Like we said, she had a sub-150 opponent batting average.
Danielson, a big rip there on the first pitch. Looking to make this a 1-run game there with a swing like that. As the count now 0-1 on the whiff. That one takes a pitch low in the dirt for ball 1. Page, like you said, allowing a sub-150 batting average and also an ERA just above 1. Certainly been an excellent start to the year so far for her in the circle. Danielson, another just ground ball to shortstop. And the play will be made once again by Burriola. As Lainey Danielson will come up to bat here.
Burriola has been involved in 5 of the 10 recorded outs so far.
She has been a thorn in the Bobcats' side, both offensively and defensively so far today. Like you said, half of the putouts so far today been partly in partly due to that shortstop position, as Danielson takes a strike here in the 4th inning. Swing and a miss there on a pitch up in the zone. 0-2 now the count to Laney Danielson.
Page with a good approach there for Roosevelt. Off speed, got her in front, and then the fastball got her behind.
Pitch up for the first ball of the at-bat. One and two the count here for Danielson. She'll hit a weak ground ball to third. Throw over to first is in time. And this Roosevelt infield continues to make plays over at first base as the Bobcats continue to offer up ground ball outs. It's Tenley Thompson over at third making the play. We'll see Aubrey Munt step into the batter's box here. Bobcats looking for something here in the bottom of the 4th with 2 outs. Pitch catches the upper outside corner for a strike.
Munt her first time up. Sack bunt. It's a 1-3 put out to advance Danielson to second.
Second pitch, same spot in there for strike 2. It's now 0-2 to the Cats. Here in the bottom of the 4th, trailing 2-0. That one fouled back. Nice job there from Munt to get a piece of it to the backstop. Staying alive at the plate here for the Cats. Oh, 2 pitch. In there for a strike, a swing and a miss on the inside part of the plate. And the Bobcats continue to struggle on the offensive end, trailing 2-0 as we'll head into the Roosevelt top of the 5th right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
And Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up is the right fielder over her head. Griesel's going to come home, and that will get the Bobcats on the board again.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV, streaming all year on YouTube.
Welcome back to KFJB-TV's coverage of the Marshalltown Bobcats softball team. The Roughriders up 2-0 here in the Bobcats' second game at home as we take a look at the Bobcats in the field so far today. So far, really defensively a great job. We've seen a lot of plays from Sandvik. Smith over in left field has had a couple nice snags, as well as a diving catch in shallow right by Olivia Wise, trailing back for a blooper. But unfortunately for the Cats, just nothing doing at the plate. As that one into center, Sandvik makes a play at the back of the infield. Another nice throw from Sandvik to get the out at first. It seems to be a battle of the shortstops here today, with Sandvik and Burriola going head-to-head.
Got to think one of those is going to make a play at the plate eventually to help out their team. Because defensively, it's been all about them.
First out recorded here in the top of the 5th as Danielson remains in the circle here for the Cats. Pitch up and in for a ball. Nani Bell at the plate. No comment from me here as she gave the Roughriders the lead on a solo shot to right field as she takes another big cut there, swing and a miss for the first strike of the at-bat. Catching the outside corner, a great pitch there from Danielson.
Good placement there.
1-2 now the count to Nani Bell. That one just misses outside from Danielson. Danielson staying on that outside corner, but unfortunately has not gotten the placement that she did for that second strike, as Bell has worked it to a full count here.
From 1-2 to 3-2.
That one fouled back into the bleachers and just out of play. Bell stays alive here at the plate.
Glad we parked the truck in the same spot we did yesterday, because parked it any closer, it might have some damage already.
Count still full here. Danielson, the windup, and that'll be outside. 3 straight outside of the foul ball. 3 straight outside pitches there from Danielson as Bell draws the walk. Sloan Swanson coming to the plate here.
Looks like we'll have a substitution.
We've got a meeting here at home plate.
17,
Bernie Weil.
The 8th grader. Wonder if this is just a batting substitution or if she will take Swanson's place in the field. Weil has yet to record an at-bat that has been recorded on mound this season, so if she didn't take any yesterday, this will be her first. Looks like her wrist is taped up, so that could be a reason why as well.
An opportunity here to advance the runners. She'll send one up the middle. A nice play made by Wise to stop the ball, stay behind it, but unfortunately no play at either first or second. And Weil steps up to the plate and makes solid contact up the middle. 2 on now, 1 out here for the Roughriders, looking to expand on their 2-0 lead.
And we have Sloan Swanson going back to first base to run for Weil. So and a meeting at the mound for the Bobcats. It's danger zone right now with Bell coming up, Grace Bell. 9 holding in the top of the order with 2 on and 1 out.
Grace Bell, a 400 hitter so far this season. Not someone you want to see at the plate with 2 on and just 1 out here if you're the Bobcats. Would explain the meeting here. Quick discussion, how to approach this kind of situation here.
See if Grace can knock in her sister from second base here. This has the makings of a big inning for the Roughriders, something they used yesterday in their doubleheader of Ottumwa.
We've talked about the Cats just trying to be able to limit those big innings for other teams. We're not able to do so yesterday, as that's an excellent bunt drop down. No play at any of the bases there from Grace Bell. Just a tremendous bunt down the third base line. And now bases loaded with the pitcher, Clara Page, up to bat, looking to do some real damage here and help out her case at the mound here in the top of the 5th inning. That one fouled back and out of play over the first base bleachers again. 0-1 here, the count. Page certainly taking an aggressive spot here at the plate. And with the bases loaded and 1 out, up 2-0, certainly looking to help out her own cause. That one misses high and outside. Bases loaded here for Page. That one misses low and inside. 2-1 now the count. 2 straight balls after the foul ball to lead off the at-bat. That one ripped into left field. It'll be a heck of a play here for Smith. Roosevelt will score 2 on the single from Clara Page. And it's 4-0 Rough Riders here in the top of the 5th. Still just 1 out as Haley Burriola approaches the plate. We'll have a courtesy runner enter the game for Page, the pitcher, obviously.
This is Liana Lehman, sophomore.
Burriola has damaged the Bobcats both offensively and defensively so far this game, and she's got another opportunity to do so here. 1 out. That one blooped into right at the line. It's a foul ball, just foul.
That could have been danger.
Charging right fielder there, Aubrey Munt. Couldn't quite make a play, and you're right, with a blooper like that, certainly a dangerous spot to be in if you're the Bobcats defensively. Burriola now drops down a bunt, looking to advance both runners. She'll be thrown out at first. Runners will advance. And now 2 outs here. Roosevelt looking to extend the lead. Tenley Thompson, 2 on, 2 out. Runners on second and third.
This is a big at-bat here for the Bobcats.
That one in there for a strike on the outside part of the plate. A great pitch there from Danielson to lead off the at-bat. Danielson, the second pitch in there for a strike, but swung on and hit into center field, and a play made by the center fielder, Gianna Bowney. A big play in the outfield for the Cats to limit the damage, but the Rough Riders still lead at 4-0.
That inning, 7 batters came to the plate, 3 hits, 2 runs, and 2 left on. So nice job by the Bobcats to limit that big inning damage, because let me tell you, that first couple of batters spelled big inning.
And that's a heck of a play by Bowney there. If you leave your feet to try to make the play there, you could spell trouble, as we've got some warm-up here in the Rough Rider bullpen. That's Adeline Scott warming up. Transportation for today's game on KFJB-TV is provided by Carl Auto Group in Marshalltown. Carl is your dealer for life.
Scott might be warming up for game 2, but if she comes into game 1, opposing batting average again, sub 150 at .143, only 2 hits allowed in 4 innings pitched. So it seems like the strength of the Rough Riders is pitching. And up 4-0, that is a very good strength to have.
Absolutely. Definitely feel like you're in a good spot here with how the Rough Riders have been pitching, and really with how they've been playing defense as a whole. We've mentioned Haley Burriola about 25 times today. She's been the highlight of the defensive side, but really it's been a collective effort, particularly in the infield. The Bobcats, a lot of ground ball outs here so far today, and it's been first base, third base, wherever you feel like hitting it. The Roosevelt defense standing in the way of the Bobcats getting any base runners. They'll look to get a base runner here in the bottom of the 5th as we take a look at the Bobcat lineup there. First pitch in there for a swinging strike, Kaylin Coleman at the plate. We take a look there at Jason Bowers at the third base coaching box, as the second pitch is high and outside for a ball.
In his post-game interview with Dylan Doze yesterday, he said that one of the main talking points that he's trying to instill in his team this year is that softball is supposed to be fun, and I think that's a point that some of these high school coaches get away from. So it's good to see Bowers still trying to instill that.
Pitch catches the high away corner. That's a base hit for the Bobcats. That'll drop into shallow left center. And the Bobcats do have a base runner in Kalen Coleman here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Olivia Wise comes to the plate. Time has been called as Bowers meets with the home plate umpire.
Laney Danielson got a leadoff single in 2nd inning and nothing inning for the Bobcats. So let's see if this bottom of this Bobcat order can change that and get Coleman home to see if they can start a rally here in this 5th inning.
Olivia Wise coming to the plate, had that excellent play early on in this game, tailing back into shallow right field from her second base position to get the 3rd and final out. Now looking to potentially advance a runner into scoring position here for the Bobcats, who have had some issues getting players around the bases from the plate.
I don't know what the runners left on base stat has been for the Bobcats this season, but it's got to be up there. Hit runners on, but they just can't.
First offering to Price is inside for ball 1. Bunt shown by Wise. She'll knock it down. Throw made over to first. That will advance the runner to second. So the Bobcats again a runner in scoring position. Jansen coming to the plate here. Cats have had limited opportunities with runners in scoring position. It's about taking advantage of them as Jansen takes a strike here.
Jansen still yet to record a base hit this season, and right now it would be a big spot for one.
Takes a second strike. Not sure if we mentioned it here on the broadcast, but that is Cameron Price now at second for the Bobcats, courtesy runner in for the Bobcats. She's scored 7 times this year as a courtesy runner. As Jansen, big cut on a high fastball, strikes out, and that'll be the second out of the inning. Carson Price now to bat for the Bobcats. That one, can it get over the second baseman? No. Another nice play made by the Roosevelt infield. And that will send us to the 6th inning. The Bobcats trailing this one 4-0. Roosevelt looking to extend their lead. We'll have all the action when we come back on Your Home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Good, good. Good sportsmanship is also showing high character and accountability, doing what is right and setting a good example not only on the court but in the classroom as well.
Welcome back to KFJB's TV's coverage of Bobcats softball here. The Cats trailing the Roughriders in Game 1 of a doubleheader, 4-0. As we head to the top of the 6th inning, Roosevelt has taken advantage of their opportunities with runners in scoring position. The Bobcats so far tonight have not. Briley Danielson still in the center circle here for the Cats, as Roosevelt looks to extend on their lead. And they'll lead off here in the 6th with Ariana Morrow, the catcher. quick meeting at the mound here before we get underway for the 6th inning. Danielson's first offering here in the 6th. In there for a strike.
Morrow, in my mind, has been the most impressive Roosevelt hitter. Coming into today, an impressive .583 average, 4 singles and 3 doubles.
Looking to improve on that there, but a swing and a miss. 4 strike 2 through the glove of Jansen at the plate. Still goes in as a strike, though. We've seen a couple times so far today Danielson get up 0-2 in a count. Looking to finish off one here. As that pitch just misses, they'll check with the first base umpire who says no swing. That'll be ball 1 here tomorrow.
Seems like baseball in front of us. Down 12-0 to Roosevelt, so could be another rough night for them after getting swept last night by Fort Dodge.
Bobcat baseball picked up a couple wins to start the season, but as they've gotten into conference play, it's been a little bit more of a struggle as Morrow fouls another one back here off the first base side. Staying alive at the plate for Roosevelt. Up 4-0 here in the 6th. 2-2 the count here tomorrow. That one bounces a good 5 feet in front of the plate for ball 3. The count now full. Danielson was up 0-2 here in this at-bat, but Morrow has battled back to make it full. That one inside. Not sure if it caught her foot or not, but it won't matter, as Morrow draws the walk down the first base line, and the Roosevelt Roughriders have a runner on here to start off the 6th inning.
Vukovic made hard contact in both of her bats, 0-2 thus far. Running at first base is Harlan Jacobs, a freshman.
Vukovic here at the plate. First offering from Danielson is swung on and missed. Throw down to second. That's a close play. Sandvik coming over from short. Throw not quite in time and a little short at second base. And there's a steal for Jacobs, the courtesy runner.
Seems like that was a half-hearted swing from Vukovic there. Designed steal.
We get a look at the replay there from Keith Stewart tracking the runner over to second. That play was a lot closer than I thought it was from here in the booth. Sandvik, a heck of a job tailing over. Is another diving catch from Olivia Wise. Certainly earning the grass stains tonight at second base. That's 2 times that she's dove back into shallow right field to rob the Roughriders of a base hit. Here we go. Olivia Wise. Over the shoulder even. I know some wide receivers that would be happy to make a catch like that, let alone a second baseman here for the Bobcats, as that'll be the first out of the inning.
Olivia Wise has to be the defensive MVP the last few games for the Bobcats. She's just made some incredible plays.
Jalea Johnson now up to bat for the Roughriders. Excuse me, Jalea Lee. One and one now the count. Excuse me, 0-2 the count. Another opportunity. This one sent deep to left field. And just like that, one swing of the bat from Jalea Lee. And the Roughriders extend their lead here in the 6th as they go deep for the second time tonight. This one, Jalea Lee. Another bomb, this one to left. It's 6-0 Roosevelt here in the 6th inning. More hard contact against Bobcat pitchers.
Sometimes when I'm watching basketball, I hear some broadcasters say, "Is this the dagger before a 3?" And that felt like the dagger for the Bobcats.
Really did here. And it doesn't get any easier for the Cats as the Roughriders will, as we take a look here at the celebration at home plate from Jalea Lee. Teammates coming together to celebrate there at the plate. I mentioned it doesn't get any easier for the Cats here as Nani Bell will come up to bat. It looks like we're going to have a pitching change here for the Bobcats.
We will. It's going to be number 20, Carson Price.
Pitching change brought to us by Effington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. Carson Price, the freshman, coming into the center circle here for the Cats.
Last year, 6-13, 119 in the third innings pitched, 45 walks, 47 strikeouts, and a 5.69 ERA. So far this year, she hasn't pitched. She hasn't been recorded pitching on mound yet. So this looks like it'll be her first action here in the sixth with the Cats down 6-0.
Tough spot to come into pitching, down 6-0, and with someone who's already sent one over the fence coming up to bat, not who you want to see, as Nani Bell sent one deep to right earlier in the game to make the lead 4-0.
Base is empty and one out.
She'll square up to bunt here. Pulls back. Big cut on that one. Lands just in front of us here in the press box, over the backstop. Big cut there after showing bunt there from Nani Bell. That one, another cut to right field. This one will get foul.
Now she just knows your line. Yes, and she's always telling me how she's line. You can at least be honest about it.
0-2 now the count here to Bell. That one misses low and inside for a ball.
Good chase pitch there by Price. Trying to get Bell to chase.
Price, I believe, pitched to close the end of Game 2 yesterday. I remember Dylan and Brandon talking about the release she has. It almost looks like she's double jointed there on that release, as we have ball 2 now to even up the count at 2-2. Another situation here with a Bobcat pitcher getting to an 0-2 count and then just struggling to get that final strike, or struggling to get that to turn that 0-2 lead into an out, as the count now evened up. And that one's sent deep to right. Back at the wall. It'll bounce off the wall, and we'll have a stand-up double here for Bell.
More hard contact given up by the Bobcats.
Bell certainly targeting that right field wall there. One hits it and one goes over it, as she will be in with a stand-up double here in the sixth. Still just one out here for the Cats. Price misses high there on the first pitch to Sloan Swanson. Pitch misses low and away. You take a look there at Bell here at second base.
4 runs scored by the Roughriders in the last 2 innings, so Bobcats have done a good job.
That one gets away from Jansen. That'll advance Bell to third.
Bobcats have done a good job limiting damage, or at least limiting the big innings. But
it's been a slow, steady grind here for the Roughriders today, as they've built up a 6-0 lead and looking for more here in the sixth. Bobcats just cannot seem to find an out, as Swanson draws the 4-pitch walk. And now runners on the corners here for Roosevelt.
We're back up to the top of the order with Page.
We'll have Angie Crawford coming in, I believe, here for the Roughriders, meeting at home plate with Coach Christina Smith and the home plate umpire. Big opportunity here for Crawford. I said runners on the corners here.
Crawford, the senior, 2 at-bats were recorded on bound this year with 1 RBI.
There we see that aggressive stance at first base. Pitch in there for a strike. The throw will not go to second on the steal. Swanson takes second. And now 2 on and both in scoring position here for the Roughriders. That one in there for a strike as well, and Price finds herself up 0-2 in the count here for the second time this inning. We'll see if she can take advantage of it this second time around. That one misses low and away, gets away from Jansen. There will be no play at the plate, as Bell will score from third, and Swanson will advance to third from second here. And the Roughriders continue to build that lead, now 7-0. Game slowly slipping further and further out of grasp here for the Cats as Price misses high. Ball 1, still 2 strikes. That pitch over the head of Crawford at the plate. And once again, count 2-2 here. Bobcat pitchers tonight struggling to find that third strike. It's been a thorn in their side all afternoon here. As another one misses high.
I thought the count was 2-2.
I also did. But there's the walk there to put runners on the corners once again for the Roughriders.
Still only 1 out.
Down the third base line, that's a fair ball. Nope, foul, excuse me.
Oh.
Home plate umpire with the ruling there.
Very emphatic ruling as well.
Fortunate there for the Bobcats. Ball slipped foul there just before it got to the bag and to the third baseman. 0-1 here the count. That one sent into right center field. Another nice play made for the Bobcats in the outfield, but that will score the run as Swanson comes home from third. Riders extend their lead to 8.
And another 4-run inning given up by the Bobcats.
Crawford stays at first as Burriola comes up to bat here for the Roughriders. That one misses inside. Ball 1 here at the at-bat. That one ripped foul. Big cut there from Burriola. Pitch gets away there from Price. That'll advance Crawford to second. Make the count 2-1 here.
It's a wild pitch.
Seen a couple pitches get away from Bobcat pitchers here in the early goings of the season. Something they'll need to dial in here moving forward as Price misses low this time. It gets away from Jansen again, and Crawford on 2 pitches has gone from first to third. And just like that, Burriola another chance to put a dent in the Bobcats' chances. 3-1 now the count here to Burriola in the top of the 6th inning. Another one gets away from Jansen, and that'll score Crawford as Burriola heads down to first.
It's now a 5-run.
That'll bring up Tenley Thompson here. You think she chose number 10 because her name is Tenley?
It's a great question.
Brandon just gave me a look.
It's a great question. It's worth asking.
I hear I'm being roasted by the camera crew.
As you should be.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, Elijah, it's not been a great day for jokes as the Bobcats find themselves trailing 9-0 here in the 6th inning. Tenley Thompson looking to extend that lead. She'll take a strike on the outer half of the plate. Carson Price found the strike zone there. Thompson gets a hold of that one, a shallow pop fly to third, and the play is made to end the inning. There, that was Kaylin Coleman at third making the play. The Bobcats, a lot of work to do as we'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning here, trailing 9-0. As there we've got Faith Summerlot warming up in the Bobcat bullpen, getting in some warm-up pitches. We will see Clara Page back out for the bottom of the 6th here as she takes the center circle. Taking a look at the Roosevelt warm-ups over here on the left field side. Good crowd on hand here tonight. Plenty of people in the bleachers behind home plate as well as out in the outfield, as tonight we've got both teams wearing the yellow ribbons in their hair in honor of Marshalltown High School social studies teacher who passed away this week, Mr. Wagshaw. Great showing from both teams there with the yellow ribbons. In honor of the yellow boots he always wore to teach. Very nice tribute there from both teams to Mr. Wagshaw.
As we said in the pregame, there's some moments that are bigger than sports, and tonight is just another one of those moments.
Certainly one of those. Leading off the bottom of the 6th here for the Bobcats, it's Gianna Bowney, who has one of the few hits here for the Bobcats. She sent a ball to right center earlier today. 0-1 here, the count. Takes a pitch high. One and one here, the count. Page still in the circle. Bowney up to bat. That one sent high into the air in left field. Catch is made a few steps before the wall as Sandvik steps up to bat, looking to get the Bobcats something going at the plate.
Swanson has made a couple catches out there in left field. This Roosevelt defense has just been stout all night.
Sandvik takes pitch low for ball one here. This one lifted in the air, about the same spot from Sandvik, going back at the wall, and a great catch made Avery Vukovic in center field, tailing back to the warning track. And, man, Kate Sandvik has been so close to a couple base hits, but just excellent fielding so far tonight from the Roughriders.
There's a bit of visible frustration there by Sandvik as she was rounding first after the catch was made. So
that one popped up behind home plate and over our press box. Understandable frustration. She had the one, soft liner that was snagged off the ground by Burriola at short to rob her of a base hit and potentially an RBI, and then just now here sends one a couple feet short of the wall and robbed of extra bases there from Vukovic. So good contact so far tonight from Sandvik, but just unable to have the ball hit the ground in the outfield grass. One and one the count here from Page, working on Danielson. That one tipped into the plate and fouled back. It'll be 1-2 now, the count. One-two pitch here from Page. Got her on the outside corner. Danielson strikes out looking to end the sixth inning.
That was going on there for the Bobcats.
We will head to the seventh here. The Roughriders leading it 7-0. The Bobcats will need a heck of a rally here to close it out. We'll be right back with all the action on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
In Iowa, we are fortunate to have a lot of opportunities to get involved in at our schools.
Athletics and activities have so many positive effects, from learning how to build relationships and healthy lifestyles,
And gain self-esteem and confidence.
Make participation a priority. You and your school will benefit.
Welcome back to your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV. We have a final in Game 1. 8 runs after 5 innings is the limit here, so the Roughriders will take it 9-0. We'll do a little bit of swapping of the roles here. We'll get Brandon back with the headset. I'll jump behind the computer, and we'll send our buddy Elijah out to center field to cover on our main camera. The Roughriders take Game 1. We'll get set here for Game 2 on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, The Gregors Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm, Tyler Pashong Agency.
Safety! Dropped in the end zone. It's Niehaus. Feldman, that one will get in. That's a good point right there. A shot coming here. That's a goal. Lifted to left center field. Gets off the warning track into the wall. Transition 3. Boom! Knocks that one down. And it's a goal. What a beautiful play. Dutton, look what I found over the first. It's a 3-on-1 all the way. Yes! There he goes.
Your home for the Bobcats, KFJB-TV.
Marshalltown Bobcats softball looking to rebound here tonight after being taken down 9-0 in game number 1 tonight as the Bobcats swept a night ago against the Dodgers. They'll look to avoid that next. This is Bobcats softball. You're watching KFJB-TV. Sandvik drills one to right field. Backing up as a right fielder over her head in Vallejo. Sandvik to second. Back here at Marshalltown High School, the softball complex, our host site for game number 2 of our doubleheader between the Roosevelt Roughriders, who are now 5-2 on the season after a 9-0 victory over the Bobcats in game number 1 of our doubleheader here on KFJB-TV, as well as on News Talk 1230 AM 93.9 FM. Thanks to Zach Tomish and Jeff Brooks, our radio producers tonight. David Bragg, our on-site producer, as Keith Stewart and Elijah Bond on our camera coverage tonight. It'll be Hannah Osgood, much like the Bobcats last night in game number 2 against the Dodgers, where they were defeated 14-3. Bobcats fell 12-0 to Fort Dodge last night as well here at home, and the Roughriders are getting ready to go as they are a 9-0 victory in game number 1. They're now 5-2 on the season behind Christina Smith, their head coach, and of course Roughriders, Bobcats have not seen them in a couple of years as they did not match up last since 2020, but the Roughriders have a 6-2 record against Marshalltown since 2015. And, of course, last year this Roughriders squad did not lose a single senior on it. They've got a lot of that production back this year, and they took advantage of it. They're in game number 1. We will have our Cat Connection and our starting lineups when we come back. This is Bobcat Softball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
At Greg Young Automotive, we go the extra mile for our customers across Iowa. Why do customers choose us and keep coming back? Because our commitment to exceptional service and satisfaction never wavers. With our extensive network of dealerships throughout Iowa, we leverage unbeatable pricing and offer a better inventory selection than other dealerships. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
The Cat Connection, sponsored by State Farm, mtownproud.com.
It is Lainey Danielson with our Cat Connection, senior for the Marshalltown Bobcat girls softball team, and it's your senior season. You've been playing since 8th grade. Can you believe here we are?
Yeah, it's weird.
What's this time kind of meant to you in the program?
It's a lot. It's good to be I've played with a lot of different people all the way, yeah. So. Yeah.
Now you started with Jim Palmer, but now you transition over to Jason Bowers, head coach. What kind of consistency do you feel like he's brought to the program, or maybe just a different point of view that's been good for this team?
It's changed a lot from Palmer to Bowers, but Bowers they both bring the same thing. They want to win games. They want to work hard.
Which that's a pretty good expectation,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so I know your sister Briley also works hard out there as well as you. What's it like to kind of maybe feed off of her when you're playing, when she's on the mound and you're out there in the field?
I love playing with her. I love playing behind her at first when she pitches because I believe in her. I mean, I believe in everybody, but I believe in Briley to get the job done.
Yeah, you've got that extra sister belief. Yeah. Of course, this year you've got the power production off to an early start. Has that been kind of a little bit of focus, getting an extra time with Coach in the cages?
Yes, it's helped a lot, I think, even though I've been struggling. But I'm not doing as good as I've been doing last year, but yeah.
It's still early. Yeah. Take it easy on yourself.
Yeah.
You see some improvements out there at the softball diamond, new stands. I see the new press boxes out there as well, too. What's that kind of mean to help as you kind of leave behind your legacy as a senior, and then also knowing the program is getting some improvements?
No, it's good, even though we need a new field, but it probably won't happen till I'm gone. But I like the press box and the new stands, and nobody's going to fall off of them.
Like us, the broadcasters out there. Yeah, for sure. All right, so kind of goals. Do you have anything laid out for yourself for the rest of the season or the team?
My goals, personally, not striking out as much, and as a team, winning more games than we did last year and working together.
You're going to continue to work together with a different team coming up next year. You're going to Grandview to play volleyball. How excited are you to be headed down there?
I'm very excited to meet new people and play in a new atmosphere with everybody.
Yeah. What was the decision to go down there? What did you really like about their program?
I like their coach a lot because I haven't met any of the players yet, but I like the facility in there.
Well, best of luck rest of the season and next year.
Thank you.
All right. That is Lainey Danielson with our Cat Connection, all brought Shong Agency, mtownproud.com.
At Tyler Pishong State Farm, we are M-Town Proud.
For us, M-Town Proud is about having absolute pride in the place that we live and work. The people in this community represent everything that I believe in and everything I want to instill in my children.
Hardworking,
Diverse,
genuine,
kind, and passionate.
A blue-collar town that has shown countless times we can depend on each other.
We'd love to talk to you about what makes you
M-Town Proud.
Make the equity in your home work for you with the home equity loan from Lennox Employees Credit Union. Crush high-interest credit card debt and make needed improvements to your home. You have the power to refinance and change your financial life. With the lower interest rate, repayment is more comfortable than paying those high credit card interest rates. The loan process is easy. See Lennox Employees Credit Union, 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown. Member NCUA Equal Housing Lender. Online at lennoxecu.com.
Back in for tonight's starting lineups, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. Let them deliver for you while we deliver you the starting lineups. First off, for the Roosevelt Roughriders, visiting from Des Moines tonight at a mark of 5-2 behind head coach Christina Smith. The Roughriders will go like this in the lineup. Number 0, Haley Burriola. The shortstop will lead things off on the season, batting .253 runs, 1 RBI coming in on the young year. A year ago, she batted .273. Clara Page will bat in the 2-hole, and she'll play at first base. Behind her, Tenley Thompson is at the hot corner, batting in the 3-hole. Batting fourth, it is Bernie Wheel, and she is at the Keystone. Avery Vukovic is in second in center field, batting in the 5-hole. And a year ago, for Vukovic, she had 35 runs, 24 RBI, 3 triples on the year to go along with 17 stolen bags, and she batted .377 as you get a look at the Roughriders on KFJB-TV. Getting ready for this one here tonight. It'll be Nanny Bell in the 6th hole. She had a home run in game number 1 here tonight against the Bobcats. She'll play in right field. Adeline Scott is our starting pitcher. We'll talk more about her as the night goes along. Sloan Swanson scored 2 runs in game number 1 tonight. She'll play in left field, batting 8th and batting 9th. It is Grace Bell, and she'll do the catching for that starting pitcher in Scott. Meanwhile, for the Marshalltown Bobcats tonight, lineup goes like this, 1 through 9. It'll be Gianna Bounty, as she is in catcher tonight. She started game number 1 in center field, but she'll catch in game number 2 tonight. Kate Sandvik will bat in the 2-hole. She'll slide over from shortstop to center field in game number 2. Batting in the 3-hole, Briley Danielson. She was our player of the game last night. She had a 2-run home run in the first inning against Fort Dodge. She'll be at shortstop after taking the center circle in game number 1. Lainey Danielson, her sister, who was our Cat Connection a short time ago, she'll bat in the 4-hole and play first base. Aubrey Munt is in right, batting 5th. Kaylin Coleman is batting 6th at the hot corner. Olivia Wise, who's played a really good defense for a freshman, or for anybody at that fact. She will bat in the 7 hole, and she is playing at second base. Carson Price will be the DP tonight, batting 8th. She is hitting for Brooklyn Smith, who will be in left field. And our pitcher in game number 2 for the Bobcats is Hannah Osgood, as she'll take the center circle for the Marshalltown Bobcats, who are 2-6 on the season behind head coach Jason Bowers. Bobcats look to turn the tide, a 9-0 loss in game number 1. Game number 2 coming up right around the corner. We'll be back with your keys to the game. This is Marshalltown Bobcats softball. You're watching KFJB-TV.
Do you dream of a career in healthcare that makes a difference? Marshalltown Community College offers a variety of programs to fit your calling. From nursing and medical assisting to dental programs, we provide a nurturing environment with exceptional instructors dedicated to your success. Our simulation labs prepare you for real-world situations. Explore your healthcare path. Find out more at MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com.
Today's keys to the game, all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. Well, for the Marshalltown Bobcats, getting the circle tonight, Hannah Osgood in game number 2, and she will have to hit the zone here tonight. That's our key to the game, hitting that zone, pounding it against the Roosevelt Roughriders, who are a very aggressive team, and she'll have to be mindful in hitting her spots as Hannah Osgood gets the bump. 2-3 a year ago, 20 2/3 innings pitched, 7 walks, 12 strikeouts, 8.81 ERA, and last night in a 14-3 run game, she pitched 4 2/3. Carson Price ended up pitching the final third of the 5th inning in that 5-inning game last night in game number 2. Meanwhile, for the Roosevelt Roughriders, it's ring the bell. Boy, in game number 1, how about Nanny Bell? A home run, a walk, 3 runs scored. She went 2 of 2 at the plate. More of that. And that production coming at the 6th spot in the lineup. Meanwhile, Grace Bell will hit down to the 9th spot. But a year ago, she batted 281, with 20 runs, 11 RBI, and 13 stolen bags. So both the Bells can really do the job for the Riders, especially hitting in the 6-9 holes and looking for that production in the top of the order as well. That is our keys to the game, all brought to you by First Rate Real Estate, FirstRateTeam.com. We'll take one more final timeout. First pitch right around the corner between the Roughriders and Bobcats in game number 2 here on News Talk 1230 AM 93.9 FM and on KFJB-TV.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Well, Bobcats softball looking to get back on the winning track here tonight. They lost a doubleheader at Ames on Monday. Last night lost a doubleheader against Fort Dodge. And here tonight they are in danger of going 0 for 2 as well. Hopefully looking to turn the script and win after a 9-0 loss in game number 1. You look at Christina Smith as head coach for the Roosevelt Roughriders, as well as head coach Jason Bowers for the Marshalltown Bobcats, getting us ready to go here tonight as both teams do battle in game number 2. Roughriders, Burriola, Paige Thompson will square off against Hannah Osgood. As we talked about her, she'll be in the circle tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, it'll be Adeline Scott in the circle for the Roughriders. As last year, she had a 4-3 record, 56 2/3 innings pitched, 24 strikeouts, with a 4.94 ERA a year ago for the Roosevelt Roughriders, who did not lose really any of their production from a year ago. Didn't have a senior in that starting lineup for pretty much all the season. And they bring back a very young team still with a lot of sophomores involved in that starting lineup, including Nanny Bell. We highlighted her. She had 2 home runs a year ago, picked up a home run earlier tonight. And Haley Burriola, who leads it up, she had a productive season last year in limited time, 10 runs, 5 RBI, and batted .273. So a little bit of that table setter spots as head coach Jason Bowers and his squad will take the field. Bobcats in their all white tops and red bottoms here tonight, taking on the Roughriders. Defensive alignment will look like this as Gianna Bounty is behind home plate. Hannah Osgood in the circle. It'll be Coleman at the hot corner. Briley Danielson at shortstop. Olivia Wise is at second base, and Lainey Danielson is at first base. It'll be Smith, the 8th grader, out in left field. Kate Sandvik is in center. And Munt, the senior, is in right field for the Bobcats as we look at our defensive alignment. So, Hannah Osgood inside the circle, getting warmed up. Getting ready to go here in game number 2. Lights being turned on. We do have a little bit of cloud cover as it is 74 degrees here at the Diamond. A little bit of rain in the northwest portion of the state as some of that rain kind of breaking apart as it moves a little bit closer to the Marshalltown vicinity, which is good, but pretty heavy rain up there just west of Fort Dodge back towards Sac City, but that's moving off to the northeast, so we should be good here tonight. Dodgers in the powder blue tops with white bottoms here tonight in game number 2. I'm Brandon Lewis, David Braga, our producer on site. Keith Stewart, Elijah Bond on camera coverage. Zach Tomash and Jeff Brooks, our radio producers back at the KFJB studios. All right, so Haley Burriola, Clara Page, and Tenley Thompson. 1, 2, 3 due up here in the top of the first inning in game number 2. Great to have you along tonight. Be sure to hit the like button and subscribe to KFJB-TV. And don't forget to turn on those upcoming game alerts. And don't miss any of the action here on KFJB-TV. Top of the first inning, Burriola, right-handed batter, stands in against Hannah Osgood, the right-handed pitcher. And she engages on the plate, and she'll come home for the first pitch, and it's bounced to home plate. A first pitch ball to Burriola. Burriola, just a sophomore, taking a couple of cuts, and she'll dig back into the batter's box. Osgood comes set, fires home, and this one dug out over to shorts. Riley Danielson fires to first. Delaney Danielson in time for the 6-4 out of Burriola. That is one away, and Clara Page will step in. A sophomore in her own outright. She does pitch. She pitched 15 victories last year. She had a 15-7 record, 134 innings pitched, 101 strikeouts, a 162 ERA, as we saw her in game number 1. They're on the mound, shutting out the Bobcats on the circle. Hannah Osgood starting her out with a first pitch ball, 1-0. Osgood checks the wristband as she gets the indication for the pitch location from the dugout. Here's the 1-0, and it's swung on and tapped past a diving Wise there at second base, and at first save as a throw comes in to Lainey Danielson in at first base, not in time, and Claire Page will get aboard with a single out to right field as Munt threw that one back in. So the Roosevelt Roughriders have one aboard here in the top of the first inning as Tenley Thompson, third baseman, left-handed batter, will dig in. And Osgood ready to come home with it. And the runner takes a little bit of that secondary lead. The pitch is a strike on the inner half to Thompson as she watches that one. 0-1 on the count. Thompson, last year, .425 batting average, 21 runs, 19 RBI. And the 0-1 pitch. This one slapped down the third base line, past the glove of Coleman. Runners will move up as Page is at second. A single by Tenley Thompson. And with only one out, Roosevelt with action on the base pass for Bernie Wheel. The second baseman will dig in. Taking a look at Page there at second base. As Wheel at the plate, checking her wristband. And left-handed batter digging in. And top of the first inning, Hannah Osgood on the rubber will fire home. This one drilled to right field. One hop to Munt underneath her glove. Runner from second is going to round third, and in to score is Page, and it is 1-0. The relay throw to second, not in time, and Wheel gets to second off a single, and then the E9 will advance her there. All the way to third goes Tenley Thompson. It is 1-0 Roosevelt in the top of the first inning, as Bernie Wheel will pick up the RBI. As we look at the replay on KFJB-TV, that was a hard-drilled shot out there to Munt. Vukovic will step in. The center fielder will bat next. So Vukovic in the 5-hole tonight for the Roughriders in game number 2. 377 last year, 35 runs, 24 RBI, 3 triples, 17 stolen bags. She pretty much did it all. And the first pitch, she's going to lay down for a bunt on the first base side. Hannah Osgood picks it up, fires over to first in time for out number 2 of the inning. And the runners in Thompson and Wheel will hold at their bags at second and third. And that is good play by Hannah Osgood to move up out of the circle and fire over to Lainey Danielson for out number 2. Nanny Bell, right fielder, will dig in. Left-handed batter will step in as we look at the replay there as Hannah Osgood just in time over to Lady Danielson at first base. First pitch to Bell is low in the dirt outside, 1-0. 2 for 2, a walk, 3 runs scored, and a home run for Bell. Produced the first run of the night for Roosevelt in game number 1. A foul ball over the press box. And it is now 1-1 to Nanny Bell. Osgood comes set. And the 1-1. And that one is slapped to center field. Sandvik's all over it. Ranges a few steps to her right. Hauls it in. And 3 away. 2 runners are stranded at second and third, but Clara Page scores in the inning off a single by Bernie Will, and it is 1-0 Roosevelt as we head to the bottom of the first on KFJB-TV.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Get a look there at head coach Jason Bowers as his Bobcats will come to bat in the bottom of the first inning. Gianna Bounty, Kate Sandvik, Riley Danielson do up this inning. For head coach Jason Bowers, Bobcats 2-6, really in need of a victory here in game number 2 tonight. 0-5 on the week so far. Definitely would like to round out their Thursday night action with a victory. Down 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning, and Adeline Scott out there in the circle. She'll pitch to Bell, who's behind the plate. As Thompson is at third, Burriola is at shortstop, Wheel is at second, Page is at first, Swanson, Vukovic is in center, and Bell is in right field for the Roughriders. Game 2 defense. Get our lineup there, as you see on KFJB-TV, all brought to you by Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown. So the ball thrown down, and we are just about ready to get underway in the bottom of the first inning. Gianna Bounty in game number 1 went 1 for 3 with a double, but no run production for the Cats. Again, it was a 9-0 loss. They were in game number 1. Coming up, we'll get you a scoreboard update and find out what other action is going on around Central Iowa tonight. As you take a look at Bounty there, digging in the left-handed batter. A junior this year for the Marshalltown Bobcats. .336 a year ago with 40 runs scored. And the first pitch from Scott is just outside 1-0. That one hitting about waist high, but just outside the plates. Bounty will take a second, and she'll dig back in. Adeline Scott will come home with it, and it's upstairs. Bounty looking all the way, 2-0. Here, Jason Bowers giving some encouragement to Bonnie as she will look for a strike. It's 2-1 the count to Bounty. Sandvik is on deck. Scott now will wind up and come home and swing over top, missing his Bounty, so it's 2-2. Bounty looking, Scott finally firing home, and this one drilled as she catches it on the inner half of the pad down the first base line, foul. As Bell out there in right field will throw it back in, so a 2-2 count. You can see on KFJB-TV, but Mr. Wagshaw, a Marshalltown High School social studies teacher, passed away this week. And the girls wearing yellow bows in honor of his yellow boots he always wore to teach. So a nice touch there. Here's the 2-2, and swing over top, missing. Scott picks up a strikeout, one away as Bounty is down on strikes, and this will bring up Kate Sandvik. Bottom of the first inning, one away, and Sandvik batting in the 2-hole, playing center field. 403 last year, 19 runs, 18 RBI, 6 stolen bags for the Bobcats. She stands in the left-handed batter's box against the right-handed pitcher in Scott. She looks, pitch is upstairs for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 from Scott. And that one's going to be low and outside to the left-handed batter, 2-0 to Sandvik. Third pitch of the at-bat is fouled back to the backstop, 2-1. Bobcats 2-4 in the Iowa Alliance Conference North, and the Roughriders out of the South, they are perfect 4-0. Welcome back. We apologize for our technical difficulties as Briley Danielson strikes out to end the bottom of the first inning. We head to the second. When we come back, it is 1-0 Roosevelt leading the Bobcats on KFJB-TV.
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
We head to the top of the second inning, and the Des Moines Roosevelt Roughriders are leading 1-0 after one inning of play. Bobcats went down in order, 1, 2, 3. In the bottom of the first inning, it'll be the 7, 8, 9 batters due up for Roosevelt as we head to the top of the second inning. First pitch is up and in, and for a ball upstairs to Adeline Scott, the starting pitcher for the Roosevelt Roughriders here in game number 2. As Hannah Osgood firing in the ball, she'll load up and get ready for pitch number 2 of the at-bat. And it will be on the outer half of the plate for a strike, 1-1 to Adeline Scott. A year ago, Scott at the plate, a .358 hitter, 18 runs, 18 RBI, 10 doubles. Finding that gap production. Here's the 1-1 upstairs, 2-1. And Osgood taking his second. She'll get back on the rubber, and the 2-1 will miss. Went off speed. Outside to Scott. And it is now 3-1 to Hannah Osgood. Or from Hannah Osgood to Adeline Scott. The 3-1. And that one, as Scott turned in, does hit her on the left elbow, and she'll march down to first base, hit by the pitch. So no outs. This will bring up the 8-hole hitter in Sloan Swanson. Playing in left field in game number 2. She had 2 runs in game number 1. And Adeline Scott is the pitcher, so we have a courtesy runner over at first base, and it will be Liliana Lehman, a sophomore, in to run. Get a look at Lehman taking a secondary lead there as the first pitch is in to Swanson for a ball, 1-0. And we have time called as Gianna Bounty will call time and go out and meet with her starting pitcher in Hannah Osgood. Quick meeting is over as both of those just get on the same page. No outs, top of the second inning, 1-0 already Roosevelt as they scored that run in the first inning. Bonnie faked like she was going to go back to first base and check back the runner in Lehman as the pitch was in for a ball, 2-0. Right-handed batter at the plate in Swanson. Eyeing as Osgood has her pitch, and it is laid down to the first base side. Wise rotates over to first to make the catch as Lainey Danielson came up on the first base line to throw out Sloan Swanson as Lehman does move over to second base, but there's one out in the inning. Good play right there defensively with the shift. 3-4 in your scorecard for out number 1. And this will bring up the 9-hole hitter, Grace Bell. She is the catcher. Left-handed batter. And Osgood will load up, and the first pitch is bounced to home plate. Ball number 1 to Grace Bell. Really take a look at a replay of that bunt laid down on the first base side. Well executed. Resulted in the out, but it did get Lehman over to second base in scoring position. Well, a 281 hitter a year ago, and she's going to slap one right down the left field line. Past third base there in Coleman. The run arounds third into home. Scores a Lehman, and at second standing up is Grace Bell. Boy, that was a hot shot right past Coleman at third base. Didn't even have a shot, as an RBI will be picked up for Grace Bell, scoring Lehman, and it's now 2-0. Roosevelt on top of Marshalltown. And the catcher will have a courtesy runner, and that will be Harlan Jacobs, freshman. 5 runs scored this year as a courtesy runner. So Jacobs now standing at second base in place of Grace Bell, and the lineup turns over to the top to Haley Burriola, as she had a 6-4 ground out in the first inning. She bats for the second time tonight, and a first pitch strike is in from Hannah Osgood. We talked about that with our keys to the game tonight, hitting that zone for Hannah Osgood. The 0-1 on the way, and this one lifted down the left field line, foul territory, out of play. And it's quickly 0-2 on Burriola. And Smith, the 8th grader out there in left field, will throw it back in for the Bobcats. This one out in the inning. It's an 0-2 count on Burriola. Osgood fires in. It's past Wise at second, off of her glove as she dove to her left, and the runner will round and score, and Jacobs is in, and it's 3-0 Riders on top of the Bobcats in the top of the second inning. It'll be an RBI single for Haley Burriola. Clara Page, the first run scored of the night. She had a single driven in by Wheel, who hits in the 4-hole. So Page hitting in the 2-hole with a runner over at first base in Burriola. Osgood fires in. First pitch lifted. It's nubbed on the inside of the bat and made the catch. Wise out there at second base, ranging to her left. And it will be a fly out for Page for out number 2 of the inning as Burriola retreated back to first base. But Wise, just a freshman this year, has looked really good there at second base as Olivia Wise, we look at the replay here, ranging to her left. As kind of a jam shot, Page caught that one on the inner half of the bat. So 2 down in the inning as Osgood fires into the 3-hole hitter in Tenley Thompson, and it will be in for a first pitch strike. A single stranded at third in the first inning for Thompson. Here's the 0-1, and it's drilled to center field. Sandvik all over it, a couple of steps into a ride, and Thompson hit that one square, but right to Sandvik for out number 3 of the inning. One more stranded. Roosevelt has stranded 3, but they've scored 3. And they have the lead heading to the bottom of the second inning against the Bobcats here on KFJB-TV.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
Five hits, 3 runs in for Roosevelt. Heading to the bottom of the second inning, the Bobcats will bat 4-5-6. As you take a look at the Marshalltown Bobcats Hunter Coalfield press box here. Busy night. Baseball is in action as Game 1 is over, and they are in between Game 1 and Game 2 over there at the baseball complex. We're in Game number 2 of our doubleheader of softball action here tonight. So you take a look at the fans out here at the softball complex. Bobcats looking to get the bats going. They did last night in Game number 2. Lady Danielson, Aubrey Muntz, Kaylin Coleman to bat in the bottom of the second inning. Down 3-0. It's Adeline Scott, who retired the Bobcats in order. 1, 2, 3 there in the first. She had 2 strikeouts, one against Gianna Bounty and Riley Danielson, the other victim. So Lainey Danielson leading off the inning. Right-handed batter in there against the right-handed pitcher in Adeline Scott. Scott will fire in a first pitch strike to Lainey Danielson, who swings over top of it. Kind of jumped after that pitch came in, and I think she maybe knew something was coming, but just missed on it, and 0-1 the count. And this pitch is to the backstop, a wild pitch by Scott. 1-1 the count, as her catcher and Bell did not have enough time to jump up and grab that one as it hits the backstop. Danielson eyes as Scott now delivers. And the 1-1 is downstairs for a ball. 2-1. Here's that first pitch, swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch in there to Lainey Danielson. And she was jumping around after that. Wanted all of that. Here's the 2-1 on the way from Scott. Upstairs again. 3-1 to Lainey Danielson, leadoff batter in the second. 316 a year ago, 34 runs, 21 RBI, 2 home runs, 22 stolen bags. Already 2 home runs this year. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss on the outer half. Danielson now a full count, 3-2. Being encouraged by Jason Bowers, head coach, as she digs back into the batter's box. So full count for the senior as she eyes from Scott. Swing and foul, tips it to the backstop. And we'll do it again. Definitely some darker clouds off to our west, but it looks like the rain hopefully will hold off as we get through game number 2 of our doubleheader. Lights pretty much in full effect as covering up the sunlight. Here's a 3-2, and that one downstairs, and that'll be a walk. So Lainey Danielson works the at-bat there after starting off a swinging strike of the at-bat, but works it to a full count and now is standing on first base as Aubrey Munt will head to the plate. Aubrey Munt, another senior in the lineup, batting .295 a year ago, 15 runs, 15 RBIs. She did have 1 home run. Off to a little bit of a slow start this year as she digs in. Right-handed batter versus the right-handed pitcher. Scott fires home. Danielson taking off. Pitches to the backstop out of the glove of Bell. And moving up is Lainey Danielson to second base on the first pitch ball to Aubrey Munt. Scott definitely not quite as quick as what we saw Clara Page working at in game number 1. Scott fires home. It is fought up upstairs. Out of play behind the backstop, 1-1 now. A 1-1 count. Bottom of the second inning. Runner at second, and Lainey Danielson takes off as the pitch is low and in the dirt. Bell covers it up, but Lainey Danielson is over to third. She was taken off on the pitch. And so Lainey Danielson now at third base in scoring position. Last pitch of ball to Aubrey Munt to a 2-1 count. And a very favorable RBI position for the senior. Right-handed batter at the plates. Scott ready to fire home. And this one low and in the dirt on the inner half again. It's now a 3-1 count. So she walked Lainey Danielson and now in danger of walking Aubrey Munt. 5-hole hitter at the plate for the Cats. Center fielder in Vukovic is kind of playing in a little bit shorter. 3-1 is fought off. Out of play behind the backstop over the fence. And now it's a full count just like it was on Lainey Danielson, who stands at third. Aubrey Munt back in the batter's box. A little bit more dirt on that right hand for Adeline Scott, the pitcher. As she wipes it off. And now licks her hand, grabs some more dirt, wipes it off, and now she engages the pitcher's plate. Here's the 3-2, and swung and fouled off, out of play behind home plate. And we'll do it all over again as Aubrey Munt doing a good job to stay alive here. Fending off the close pitches. Munt waiting in the box, and finally Scott ready to go. Here's the 3-2. This one swung on, lifted to right field. This might get the job done. Bell ranging back, makes the catch. Danielson tags. The throw to home is off the line, and Danielson scores, and it's 3-1. Bobcats on the board. A sacrifice fly RBI for Aubrey Munt. So Lainey Danielson with a 3-2 count worked a walk. Got to second and third on stolen bags, and now Aubrey Munt with the sacrifice fly RBI. One away in the inning. This will bring up Kaylin Coleman. Taking a look at the replay there on KFJB-TV. Really good job to go the other way with it on the pitch on the outer half of the plates. And so good production there for the Bobcats to move on the base pass, and now Coleman rips one foul down the third base line, 0-1. A little bit of bullpen action for the Roosevelt Roughriders as first inning looked real clean for Adeline Scott. She went 1-2-3, couple strikeouts, but has struggled with a couple of full count at-bats here in the second inning. So we'll see if she continues through the night and maybe just a little bit of action down there in the bullpen to get some ladies a little bit of work with the arm. But Coleman fouls off, digs this one down into the ground right underneath of her for foul ball, 0-2. Coleman, .250 a year ago, 3 runs scored. In her sophomore season, down in the count, 0-2 to Scott. And the pitch is in, and it's at the knees for a strike. Caught looking. Kaylin Coleman, third strikeout of the night for Adeline Scott, and there's 2 away. And Olivia Wise will step in. The freshman, 167 at the plate a year ago. She's really brought her defensive lunch pail this year at second base. And still trying to get that bat working here. So Adeline Scott, a year ago, 24 strikeouts in 56 2/3 innings pitched. She's on a record pace here tonight. Here's the first pitch of the at-bat, and a big cut by Olivia Wise over the heart of the plate and misses on it. First pitch strike for Scott, 0-1 with 2 down in the inning. 1 run in this inning as Bobcats' Lainey Danielson scored off of an RBI sacrifice fly by Aubrey Munt. Wise eyes, checks her swing, and that pitch is going to be just a little bit low, 1-1. Scott's got a routine in between pitches, that is for sure. Here's the 1-1, and it's upstairs and outside as Wise wisely watches right there. It's a 2-1 count. Scott rocks and fires home, and that's also going to be upstairs. So pitches missing here in this second inning after looking pretty locked in for Scott in the first inning. It's now a 3-1 count on Olivia Wise. Third at-bat of the inning that has gone to 3 balls in the count. Here's a 3-1 to Wise, and she watches as that will be way outside for a ball. And the second walk of the inning for Adeline Scott will put Olivia Wise on base at first. And Carson Price will dig in, the DP here in game number 2. But Scott getting back to her routine in between pitches. I mean, taking a little bit longer than usually what you see. And right there on KFJB-TV, you see she picks up some dirt, wipes it off. Sometimes she'll lick the fingers and pick up more dirt. But here she goes to work. And she fires in high. A first pitch ball to Carson Price. 1-0. Price last year, .205 batting average with 3 runs scored. .1-0. And it's slap foul down the left field line as Swanson chases over as it hits on the fence. And Keith Stewart unbothered by that one. He knows when a ball's headed his way. He's had plenty of experience. So 1-1 count on that foul ball. Left-handed batter Price eyeing as it's upstairs, 2-1. And wow, how the turntables have turned here for Adeline Scott. A very quick first inning, hitting the zone. Did have a couple of balls there early on, even on the strikeouts, but here this inning she's walked a couple as Price fends off a pitch on the outer half and outside, and it is fouled off behind home plate. 2-2 count to Carson Price. Left-handed batter in the batter's box, waiting on Adeline Scott, and she'll now fire home, and the 2-2 is low and outside. Check back to first, sliding back in is Wise. She got too big of a secondary lead just about. They checked her back as a good throw by Bell over to Page at first base, applied the tag, but not in time. And so just like that, another full count in the inning. This is the third one of the inning. As we take a look at that check back at first base. Here's the 3-2 home and an excuse me swing by Carson Price on the inner half. She misses on it. That's the 4th strikeout of the night for Adeline Scott. But boy, she has faced a little bit of pressure put on herself with some full counts. She walks a couple in the inning, gives up a run to Lenny Danielson. It's now 3-1. We head to the third on KFJB-TV.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
Welcome back to the Marshalltown Softball Complex. Excuse me. Big sneeze there in between innings. As we go to the top of the third inning, Hannah Osgood back out to face the Roosevelt Roughriders. And she's given up a run in the first and 2 runs in the second. She's had some long innings. She faced 6 batters there in the first inning and also faced 6 batters in the second as she heads to her third inning of work after pitching 4 2/3 last night against Fort Dodge. So doubleheader sweep Monday and Wednesday, and in danger here tonight, down by 2 runs in the third inning. The Bobcats going 0-6 to start their week, and a bloop shot to right center field will get down as Munt will throw it back in. It's a weak single for Bernie Wheel to lead off the third inning for the Roosevelt Roughriders. Avery Vukovic will dig in a 1-3 ground out in the first inning. She put down a really nice bunt that Hannah Osgood came over and played and threw it to Lainey Danielson in time. They moved the runner over. Claire Page ended up scoring that inning. And a first pitch strike is in to Vukovic. It's a good thing for Hannah Osgood getting those first pitch strikes. Bunt shown on the second pitch of the at-bat. It's high. Vukovic brings it back, and it's a 1-1 count. Well, two 5A teams matching up. Waukee Northwest in the first rankings of the season. Number 1 rated in Class 5A. The 1-1 will miss way outside and high to Vukovic, 2-1. Centennial's number 2. Valley. Pleasant Valley is number 3. Des Moines Valley is number 4. And Cedar Rapids Kennedy is number 5 in Class 5A rankings. I believe Roosevelt was ranked a time or two a year ago, but not ranked currently. But definitely it played like a team with a mission, and they bring a ton back from last year, pretty much their entire lineup. Ames ranked 15th, which, of course, Bobcats were defeated by them on Monday night. And 4th ranked in 4A last night, Fort Dodge. So a couple of really tough squads to face this week in Ames, Roosevelt, and Fort Dodge. Osgood misses again. It's now full count, 3-2. Wheel is standing on first base. And this one slapped right to Lainey Danielson. At first, she tags the bag, and Wheel is off the bag. And that is a double play unassisted by Lainey Danielson. How about that? So the line out by Vukovic for out number 1. And then tags the bag for out number 2 on Bernie Wheel. So big moment right there as Nanny Bell will step in, and she's going to slap one right to second base to Wise. Over to Lainey Danielson, who just made that double play, and the Bobcats are out of the inning. So a single by Bernie Wheel. She's doubled off, and now a 4-3 ground out by Nanny Bell to end the inning. It's a 1-2-3 unconventional inning in the top of the third for the Bobcats, but they'll bat when we come back. Down 3-1 on KFJB-TV.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
Production of today's game all made possible by the Home Rental Center in Marshalltown. NeedItRented.com. All right, let's get a quick scoreboard update in tonight as thanks to Jeff Brooks back at our radio studios. Dyke New Hartford currently leading Applington Parkersburg 3-0 in the top of the second inning. Final tonight in game number 1 of a doubleheader between Ottumwa and Waterloo East. Ottumwa wins it 10-0, and currently Iowa Falls leading Nevada 1-0 in the top of the first inning. And here tonight between Cedar Rapids Kennedy and Cedar Falls. Cedar Falls is up 1-0 currently in that game. And earlier tonight, Linn-Mar took down Dubuque Hempstead 9-1. And the first game of that doubleheader with Cedar Rapids and Cedar Falls, Cedar Rapids Kennedy won it 3-0 earlier tonight. And Ottumwa defeated Waterloo East in game number 1, 12-0. So Ottumwa getting that doubleheader sweep between those two squads here tonight. Bobcats will head to the plate. 9-1-2 batters due up in the bottom of the third inning. Hannah Osgood will lead things off, her first at-bat of the night. And she'll face Adeline Scott, who struggled last inning with walks. And balls in the count, and a first pitch ball is into Hannah Osgood, 1-0. Osgood just 1 for 7 with a run last year at the plate. Did a lot more pitching than hitting. Working a little bit into that one. She'll take a big swing and a miss on the outer half of the plate and a little bit upstairs from Adeline Scott. It's a 1-1 count. Scott now works not with the dirt anymore. She's got a rosin bag out there with her. Here's the 1-1, and it's lifted, foul territory on the first base side, and just out of reach of the first baseman in Page. So the dirt wasn't good enough. Scott has now moved to the rosin bag. You see it there on the backside now. She's going to pick it up. Very fidgety there on the mound. Here's the 1-2. And checked her swing. Osgood did not go around on the pitch outside, so a 2-2 count. Yeah, getting at least 5-6 tosses of that rosin bag, and now she steps on the pitcher's plate, and the 2-2 is upstairs. She checks her swing again, does Osgood. And it's ball number 3, 3-2 count to Hannah Osgood, the 9-hole hitter. Trying to aid her own cause here at the plate in the bottom of the third inning, down 3-1. Here's the full count delivery. Swing and a miss on the outer half. That's the 5th strikeout of the night for Adeline Scott. And that is 1 out in the inning, and this will turn over the lineup to the top. Gianna Bounty will step in. She was a strikeout victim back in the first inning. So left-handed batter digs in for the second time tonight. Still messing around with the rosin bag, Scott. And Bounty has had enough of the fidgeting. And Scott will lay down the rosin bag. And finally, she'll fire home, and that is low and outside for a first pitch ball to Gianna Bounty. Well, Scott, in that first inning, 1, 2, 3, but last inning, couple of walks. And the 1-0 is lifted out of play behind home plate, 1-1 now to Bounty. This is somewhat baseball-like in Adeline Scott and her approach to pitching. Usually see that ball right back to the pitcher, and they're ready to fire back. But definitely not with Scott. She picks up that rosin bag between every pitch, and earlier tonight it was dirt. 1-1. Swing way out in front of the off-speed Damani. 1-2. Bounty still waiting on Scott. Scott comes set and fires home. And that one's outside, 2-2. So just above the knees, but outside. As we take a look at that replay on KFJB-TV of that previous pitch, as Bounty was way out in front of that one. The 2-2 on the way. And this one lifted out of play. Along the third base side behind home plates. And a 2-2 count. Nice crowd has worked its way in here to the softball complex. One out here in the bottom of the third. Bounty, leadoff batter at the plate, and she's going to lift one foul territory, third base side, chasing third baseman Thompson, not able to get it there in time as it ricochets off the fence just past the Riders' dugout. And still a 2-2 count to Bounty. Scott finally set and fires home. Bounty out in front again, swing and a strikeout, second strikeout of the night for Bounty, and the sixth strikeout overall for Adeline Scott. 2 away here in the bottom of the third as Kate Sandvik flew out to left in the first inning. Left-handed batter stepping in for a second time in game number 2 of the doubleheader. Scott ready to go. Here's the first pitch, and it's low and outside to Kate Sandvik, 1-0. Sandvik just waiting in that batter's box as Scott takes her time. Here's the delivery, and that one is going to hit on the outer half for a strike, 1-1. Sandvik, just a sophomore. Here's the 1-1, and low and outside again from Scott, 2-1. So Scott, I would imagine this is somewhat similar to what she does most nights, but also just tonight it seems somewhat excessive, and I know it is a little more humid here tonight as well. So maybe just not having that feel for the pitch. Here's the 2-1 and floats it in there for a strike as Sandvik watches. 2-2 now. Sandvik taps the far and near side of the plate as she is set up and ready to go. Scott still taking her time and now engages the rubber. Here's the 2-2. And it is drilled to shortstop. Backhanded. And over to first, not in time. Sandvik beats it out. It's an infield single. Good job right there by Sandvik. As Burriola backhanded it at shortstop, as that one was almost between short and third, but a deep dig there at shortstop by Burriola. As we look at the replay on KFJB-TV, and not there in time back at first base. So Sandvik is aboard with that single. Let's bring up Riley Danielson. Strikeout in her first at-bat of the night as she stands in and watches for a first pitch ball upstairs, 1-0. Riley Danielson. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the third inning. 3-1 our counts as the Riders have the lead on top of the Cats. Riley Danielson just eyeing Scott, and then finally, once she knows Scott's ready to go, she steps back into the batter's box. A check swing, and it's contacted by Riley Danielson over to first to Page, and the fly out by the first baseman is caught for out number 3 of the inning. Bobcats strand Kate Sandvik on the base pass. They've done that a couple of times tonight. We are through 3 innings of play as we head to the 4th. The Bobcats trail 3-1 to the Riders on KFJB-TV.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Anna Osgood settled down in the third inning to get a 1-2-3 third inning. A little unconventional. Gave up a hit to Bernie Wheel. And then on a line drive by Vukovic, it was a double play by Lainey Danielson over at first base as she tagged the bag. So Anna Osgood out for her 4th inning of work as the Bobcats trail 3-1. And the Roughriders will send the 7, 8, 9 batters to the plates. Adeline Scott will lead off the inning, hit by a pitch and scored a run in the second. And now this time she heads to the plate, jammed inside, sends a pop-up to Briley Danielson at second base. And the shortstop will make the catch. And there's one away here in the 4th. So Briley Danielson making that out. As now Hannah Osgood has joined the rosin bag action here in the fourth. It is a little damp. It's a little moist out there. As some humidity in the atmosphere. And first pitch from Hannah Osgood to Sloan Swanson, the left fielder, grounded out 3-4 in the second inning. She's at the plate, took a first pitch ball, 1-0. And Osgood will load up and fire home, and that off-speed pitch hits on the outer half for a strike, 1-1. Well, if you're wondering, the humidity, not as high as you would think. It's only 56%. So, not swamp-like out there, but, it's still a little muggy. And the 1-1 pitch, miss on the outer half. It's 2-1 count. The dew point is 55. And 72 is our current temperature. Here's a grounder to second. Wise underneath her glove. That will be an E4 as Sloan Swanson is aboard at first. David, do you know how you get fog? David does not know how you get fog. That's when the dew point and the air temperature are within just a degree or two. And that creates the moisture in the air, which creates fog. So we've got our weather minute here on our broadcast. We figured we had time to get that in there. So Swanson is aboard by the way of the air, and first pitch to the 9-hole batter in Grace Bell is a ball from Hannah Osgood, 1-0. Osgood fires in, a bunt shown, and it is offered at, and it's fouled off to the backstop by Grace Bell. 1-1 the count, trying to move the runner in Sloan Swanson over there at first base over, but could not do it right there. So a 1-1 count. We're in the top of the fourth inning, and Roosevelt leading 3-1. Bunt. Nearly offered at again, but did bring it back. The pitch was outside from Osgood, 2-1. Left-handed batter up there at the plate. Almost thought Bell didn't really bring that back a whole lot. He could make a case for offering at it, but counted a ball, so the 2-1 from Osgood now, and upstairs she'll go after it. Tomahawks it to Briley Danielson. It's short. She ranges to her left and in a few steps, and it's caught. So the line out by Bell is out number 2 of the inning, as Sloan Swanson was back to first base in time. So Haley Burriola will check in at the plate for the third time tonight. 1 for 2 at the plate. She had an RBI single in her last at-bat in the second. Right-handed batter at the plate, eyes, and Bonnie frames it on the outer half, but it is called a ball, 1-0. And there was that last pitch fought off by Bell. And the out recorded by Briley Danielson. Runner is off on the pitch. It looks to be a ball that throws off the mark, and a stolen bag for Sloan Swanson. I believe it is 2-0 on the count. I believe that was outside, and it is a 2-0 count as our home plate umpire indicates the sign. So Burriola, the shortstop. Righty versus righty in the matchup. Runner now at second with 2 outs. And upstairs, she'll go after it. And Briley Danielson is called off by Coleman, the third baseman, who comes in and makes the catch just outside the pitcher's circle. So the fly out by Burriola will strand another runner. Roosevelt is stranded 4, but they've scored 3 tonight. They've had some run production and take a lead into the bottom of the fourth inning, 3-1 on KFJB-TV.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
Bottom of the fourth we go. Due up this inning for the Bobcats, 4, 5, 6 batters. That'll be Lainey Danielson, Aubrey Munt, and Kaylin Coleman due up for the Bobcats as you get a look at the lineup there on KFJB-TV. 3-1 our counts. Riders on top of the Bobcats. And it is the slowly working Adeline Scott back out for the Riders this inning. Ever since the first, she's had some long innings. Faced 5 batters in the second and 5 in the third as well. She's worked some really long counts. Walked a couple in the second. Even on some of her strikeouts tonight, she's had 3 strikeouts on full counts. A couple of others were 2-2 counts. So, actually, 4 strikeouts were on 3-2 counts. Either a 3-2 or a 3-1 count. Or a 3-2. Yeah, you have to have 2 strikeouts for the 2 strikes for the strikeout. And a well-hit ball by Lainey Danielson to lead off the inning. It's at the warning track and to the wall. Danielson into second, standing up. A leadoff double for the senior. A walk and a run scored back in the second, and now a double to lead off the fourth. So, yeah, 4 full counts, strikeouts for Adeline Scott as she has a total of 6 strikeouts on the night. But Lainey Danielson picking up the second hit of the night for the Bobcats. Last inning, Kate Sandvik picked up the first hit of the game for the Bobcats. So action on the base paths, just like Danielson did in the second. She led off the inning with that walk and eventually scored. And now she leads off the fourth with that double as Aubrey Munt drove her in back in the second inning on a sacrifice fly RBI. She'd have to do a little bit more than that right here with Danielson standing at second. And she takes a first pitch ball standing in, Aubrey Munt. Here's the 1-0, and it is back up the middle. That'll get through under the glove of the shortstop. Burriola can't get it. Relay throw into home. Munt to second. Lainey Danielson scores, and it's 3-2 Cats, down by 1. Big night for Aubrey Munt. 2 RBIs now on the night. That'll be a single, advancing on the throw to second and picking up that RBI. Second one of the night for Aubrey Munt. So a little senior connection right there to get the Bobcats going as they trail just by 1. It looks like we have a pitching change. We will take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you who's in the game for Roosevelt.
The right insurance agent can make all the difference. Assured Partners agents represent multiple insurance companies. They can pick and choose from a larger variety of outstanding insurance options. Assured Partners also handles life and health insurance and Medicare supplement coverage. With access to local, regional, and national insurance companies, Assured Partners will create policies tailored to the coverage you need. For more information, go online to assuredpartners.com/Marshalltown. Power through partnership with Assured Partners in Marshalltown, Toledo, and West Des Moines.
It'll be Jalea Lee into the game to replace Adeline Scott tonight for the Roosevelt Roughriders. This pitching change here tonight is all brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. And with the change, is it time to change your air filter? Check out the planned service programs from Ethington Heating and Cooling that helps ensure your heating and cooling systems are ready to go. So Jalea Lee last year, 7-5 record on the mound, 63 and a third innings pitched, 38 strikeouts, a 5.97 ERA. As we take a look at the replay there as Aubrey Munt, a single. Back up the middle, scoring Lainey Danielson. And Danielson has scored 2 runs tonight now for the Bobcats. Still trailing by 1 run. It's 3-2 in the bottom of the fourth inning. No outs. Kaylin Coleman will come to the plate, a strikeout victim back in the second inning as she faces Jalea Lee for the first time tonight. She gets jammed inside. Bloop shot to shortstop. Burriola will make the catch as she ranges in, and Coleman is out, number 1 of the inning on the fly out to shortstop. And Jalea Lee pounding the ball into her glove as she gets ready to face Olivia Wise, the 7-hole hitter. Worked a walk back in the second and was stranded on the bases. And the first pitch is in, fought off over by the Bobcat dugout, and Carson Price, who was on deck. And so first pitch strike to Olivia Wise. Walked on a 3-1 count in that second inning. Jalea Lee, the 0-1. Bunt. And that'll move the runner over to third. Lee picks it up, fires a little bit high, but it is brought in by Page over there at first base. So it's a 1-3 ground out for Olivia Wise on the sacrifice bunt. And that does move Aubrey Munt over to third base. So 2 down now in the inning as Olivia Wise moves that runner to third base. And this will bring up Carson Price, the DP tonight. She struck out back in the second inning. And the first pitch by Lee is low and outside for a ball, 1-0. And the pitch, the 1-0, is way upstairs. Bell snags it before it goes to the backstop, and 2-0 the count. Lee definitely brings a lot of heat, but a little erratic in a couple of pitches here early on. And now a ball slapped foul off the face of the Riders dugout by Carson Price, 2-1 the count. So Munt stands at third with the left-handed batter and Price at the plate. 2-1 as Jalea Lee slaps that ball into her glove a couple of times. Engages and is set to fire home. Swing and a miss by Carson Price. 2-2. That one rising up in the zone. Lee ready to fire home. Here's the pitch and low and outside. 3-2. A full count down to Carson Price. Scott was not playing I don't believe is playing the field, as Jalea Lee was not in the lineup here in game number 2, so I might be just a straight-on switch. Here's a tapper to shortstop. It is played well by Burriola over to first base. Carson Price is retired. A 6-3 ground out for out number 3. Bobcats strand Aubrey Munt at third base, but she drives in Lainey Danielson, and the Cats are now back within 1. It's 3-2 Riders on KFJB-TV.
At Greg Young Automotive, we're more than just a dealership. We're a part of your community. We believe in transparent pricing with no hidden tricks or gimmicks. Just honest deals you can trust. Our commitment to fair pricing and supporting our local communities is why so many choose us. Greg Young Automotive, where integrity drives us and you home. Visit any of our 6 locations across the state and experience the Greg Young difference, where we'll go the extra mile for you.
Well, we'll close the book on Adeline Scott tonight. She goes 3 innings pitched, gives up 3 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts for the Roosevelt Roughriders. She exit the game, and Jalea Lee got all 3 outs after a couple of base hits, including a double by Lainey Danielson to get the bottom of the 4th going. But the Bobcats only produced 1 run that inning, so it's 3-2 Bobcats heading to the 5th. And due up for the Riders, it will be the 2-3-4 hitters in the lineup. Clara Page 1 for 2 tonight with a single and a run scored back in the first inning. And Osgood back out for her 5th inning of work now. And the first pitch is bounced to shortstop. Riley Danielson has to dive to her right off the glove. That'll be a single for Clara Page. Tough play for the shortstop in Danielson. She's had a few of those here tonight. And unfortunately just couldn't quite get to that one in time. So Page aboard. She's now 2 for 3 on the night. This will bring up Tenley Thompson, the 3-hole hitter. 1 for 2 with a single and stranded at third. So Thompson, left-handed batter, digs in for the third time tonight at the plate. And the first pitch from Osgood is outside, ball 1. Pitch is in and offering at it. It will be a strike. It did hit the batter in Tenley Thompson, but she offered at it, so she will not be hit by a pitch. And that'll be a strike to Tenley Thompson as Claire Page will go back to first base. And that is the correct call by the home plate umpire. And she did offer it. She brought the bat over. And once that happens, your hand is part of the bat. Takes me back to my baseball and softball officiating days. It's been about 5 or 6 summers doing that. And so our home plate umpire right on top of that. Be a 1-1 count, and this time the bunt is put down, and boy, that's an unfortunate play. It sneaks right past Coleman. She was charging in from third base, and just the angle that she was taking, she had to try to reach back and make the play, but she couldn't. It was a well-placed bunt down the third base side, and Thompson is aboard on a single, and Clara Page moves over to second base. See the bunt put down there, and Coleman was kind of charging along the line, but it was between the line and the pitcher's circle. And now third baseman Tenley Thompson will head to the dugout. She'll have a pinch runner right here, Harlan Jacobs. Harlan Jacobs was a courtesy runner earlier tonight for Grace Bell. And a first pitch ball is into the 4-hole hitter, Bernie Wheel. 2 singles tonight. Does have an RBI as well, and she'll line one right back up the middle. Sandvik will field it. She's going to throw in. She'll test the arm. Oh, Bounty had it right on a dot, and Bounty can't make the catch. That was a perfect throw from Sandvik, but out of the glove from Bounty, and it allows the run from second and Clara Page to score, and it is now 4-2, Riders on top. Boy, that was a dart. What a throw by Sandvik in center field to home plate, but Bounty just couldn't complete the second half of the play right there, and it scores a run as Bernie Wheel will pick up a single right there to get aboard. As we look at the replay here on KFJB-TV, Sandvik coming up. Crow hops it into home plate. Boy, what a perfect throw by Sandvik right there. And unfortunately, Bounty couldn't make the catch. And we might have ourselves a pitching change here in the 5th inning. As we're in the top of the inning, 4-2. Riders are leading. Head coach Jason Bowers is out for a little bit of a pep talk. Hannah Osgood is going to stay in the game. As we take a look at Kate Sandvik there. What a throw. So runners now at second and third. And that first pitch to Avery Vukovic is low in the dirt, 1-0. So Harlan Jacobs is at third. Bernie Wheel is at second. It was a single and then advancing on that throw. Will not be an RBI there. Vukovic taking ball number 2 from Hannah Osgood. No outs here in the top of the 5th. Osgood rocks and fires home and drilled to short. Briley Danielson has it. She's going to chase down the runner from third. Coming in and tagging the runner just in time. Harlan Jacobs will be out. How about that? Unassisted by the shortstop along the third base line towards home plate, tracking her down for out number 1. That'll be a fielder's choice as Vukovic will end up at second base. Bernie Wheel did move from second over to third, but there is 1 out in the inning, and a good job by Briley Danielson to get the lead runner. Kind of faked out Harlan Jacobs and was able to track her down on that third base line. So we'll hold tight at a 4-2 game, but bringing up Nanny Bell. She had a home run in game number 1 out to right field, and she'll eye a first pitch ball blown outside from Hannah Osgood on the first pitch. Osgood comes set, fires home on the 1-0, and a little low and outside. 2-0 to Bell. 0 for 2 tonight, a ground out and a fly out for Bell in game 2. Osgood comes set, fires home with the runners at second and third, fires in high, 3-0. That went high and inside as Bell had to lean back out of the way. And Bell will dip back in for the 3-0. And that one going to miss inside to Bell, and that will walk her on 4 straight balls from Hannah Osgood. And the bases are loaded now in the top of the 5th. And it is a straight-up substitution. Jalea Lee will now bat in the 7-hole. That's where Adeline Scott, who was the starting pitcher tonight, she started off. So Jalea Lee stands in. 280 hitter a year ago, 5 runs, 17 RBI, and 4 home runs knocked in for Lee. And what a spot. Let's go, Lee. And Osgood is going to come set. And Jalea Lee stands in and taps one back to Briley Danielson at shortstop. At home, she'll fire back to Bounty and tags home plate for out number 2 of the inning. Now, force out right there, a 6-1 or a 6-2 play for out number 2 of the inning. Bernie Wheel from third base trying to score. She is out, so Jalea Lee at first base on the fielder's choice. Vukovic over to third. Bell is to second. And Jalea Lee will have a courtesy runner as she's the pitcher now in the game. Lily Lehman is in to run for her at first base. We did have a courtesy runner or a pinch runner for Nanny Bell, number 27, but did not have that on our official roster here tonight. So Sloan Swanson comes to the plate and will take a first pitch strike. She reached on an error in the 4th and stranded on the base pass, grounded out 3-4 in the 2nd. And the 0-1 is tapped to Briley Danielson. Backhands it, fires Delaney Danielson at first. And that's out number 3. A huge jam. Bases loaded for Hannah Osgood with just 1 out. But a good play by Briley Danielson to get a force out of a runner at third and Wheel. And now a 6-4 ground out ends the 5th inning. 1 run comes across the plate in Clara Page. But it's 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Bobcats trailing by 2 on KFJB-TV.
You look forward to retirement as your time to relax. But now that it's here, turns out relaxation is overrated and you'd rather get back to work with an idea of your own. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement plans change course, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together, we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Going to the bottom of the fifth inning, a really good out by Hannah Osgood to get out of that inning as the Roosevelt Roughriders in the top of the fifth score one, but they have the bases loaded with 1 out and then 2 outs recorded by the Bobcats to get out of it. 3 more runners stranded here tonight for the Roughriders as they have stranded 7 runners on the base paths, but they have scored 4 and they have the lead 4-2. Jalea Lee will head back out for her second inning of action and due up this inning for the Bobcats. 9-1-2 batters. So Hannah Osgood leads off the inning just like she did in the third. And the first pitch of the at-bat is upstairs by Lee. And it is 1-0 as Hannah Osgood is at the plate. A strikeout victim back in the third inning. And Lee fires in a little bit low and inside. 2-0 to Hannah Osgood. And we saw Scott begin the night in the circle as she went 3 innings, gave up 3 hits and 2 runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts against the Bobcats. But Lee came in back in the 4th inning and really locked things down, although she'll start out Hannah Osgood with a 2-1 count. Firing back in with a strike right there. And she'll come set and fire into Osgood, who will poke one foul on the first base side and out of play. It's now a 2-2 count to Osgood. And Coach Jason Bowers looking on as Osgood digging back into the plates. Lee comes set, and she'll rocket fire home, and Osgood fouls it back into the backstop again, 2-2 count. Two, lifted out of play this time and out of the range of Page at first base. As Hannah Osgood will stay alive at the plate as she'll head back. That one was nearing the fence along the first base side, just past the Bobcat dugout. So do it all over again in a 2-2 count. Lights taking more full effect here tonight. Here's the 2-2. And caught looking. Osgood down on strikes for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Gianna Bounty will head to the plate. Strikeout victim twice tonight in the 1st and 3rd as she bats here in the 5th.
Good job, kid. Bring it.
First strikeout of the night by Lee. And a first pitch strike from Jalea Lee to Gianna Bounty. One just misses on the outer half to Bounty, so a good eye right there. 1-1 count. Lee, no time for the rosin bag here on the mound. She's working a little quicker than Scott was here. She misses low and outside to left-handed batter to Bounty, so 2-1. Lee fires in, a tip off the bat to Bounty, and it's a 2-2 count. That one placed away from the left-handed batter and Bounty, but able to get a piece of it, but went right in the glove of Bell. So Bounty will have to fend off anything tight here, and this pitch on the 2-2 is outside. Looking all the way is Bounty, 3-2. Bounty had a 2-2 count in the first when she struck out, a 3-2 count in the third when she struck out. Now she's got another full count, and she's going to slice this one into left field, but just into the grass. Goes Burriola, the shortstop, and makes the catch, and that will be out number 2 of the inning. That was a really good turnaround by Burriola, the shortstop. So Burriola will make the catch for the outs, so 2 outs, and we look at the replay here on KFJB-TV, as that will be out number 2 right there. Got her kind of turned around, but Burriola was able to eventually come away with it, and a first pitch fouled off by Kate Sandvik in the at-bat. She had a single back in the third, a fly out in the first. So she bats for the 3rd time tonight. And the 0-1 is way upstairs. Lee lost that one, sends it to the backstop, and a 1-1 counts. And near our very own Keith Stewart's, boy, that was a hot shot down there to Keith. Off the bat of Kate Sandvik for strike number 2. 1-2 the count. Got the crowd going here. As that one lined down the left field line by Kate Sandvik. Here's the 1-2. And it's upstairs as Sandvik will watch 2-2. Look at that replay. And, yeah, duck for cover over there for Keith Stewart. And now ball to the backstop, a 3-2 counts. So Lee losing a few pitches in this at-bat. And it's now a full count on the left-handed batter, Kate Sandvik. From Lee, the right-handed pitcher, fought off into the backstop as that will ricochet right back out to Lee, the pitcher. Home plate umpire will come out and exchange that one, make sure it's not, too dented up from hitting into the fence. And we'll resume here with a 3-2 count on Sandvik. And that pitch upstairs and inside. Sandvik has to lean away on the 3-2 count. She will work a walk. So, some action on the bases. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th inning. Bobcats down by 2. Briley Danielson at the plate takes a big swing, but misses on the first pitch from Lee. A strikeout and a flyout tonight for Briley Danielson at the plate. Lee loads up. Here's the 0-1 upstairs and outside. And it's a 1-1 count. Sandvik over there at first base. Bobcats trying for a little bit of 2-out production here. The runner on first. The pitch from Lee. That's going to hit on the inner half. Out waist high to Briley Danielson for strike 2. Jalea Lee battling here in the 5th. Here's the 1-2, waiting on the off speed and fouling it back out of play behind the press box. Briley Danielson keeping the at-bat alive on a 1-2 count. Danielson stands in, righty versus righty, and watches a pitch. Maybe just a hair low on the inner half. Ball 2, 2-2. Got a few reactions out of the crowd, thinking that one might have been strike number 3. Here's the 2-2. Sandvik takes off. It's popped up off the bat of Briley Danielson. And 2 players collide is coming in Vukovic out there in center field. The relay, Sandvik, she's tagged at home plate and out. Wow, what a play. Burriola, the shortstop, collides with Vukovic out there in short center field. And so Briley Danielson on the error got herself aboard, but Kate Sandvik from first base all the way home. She is tagged out at home plate on the relay for out number 3 of the inning. As we go to the 6th, Bobcats add a runner aboard, but they try to score, can't, and still trail by 2 as we head to the 6th. 4-2, Riders on top of the Cats on KFJB-TV.
Auto loans at Lennox Employees Credit Union are not just for cars. If you are looking to purchase a new or used motorcycle, boat, snowmobile, or other recreational vehicle, look no further. Lennox Employees Credit Union has low loan rates, and the loan process is so easy. Visit lennoxecu.com for rates and membership eligibility information, or go to 1004 East Main Street in Marshalltown to visit with one of our loan officers. Lennox Employees Credit Union, member NCUA.
Time for a scoreboard update tonight. All brought to you by Central State Bank. And so far tonight, a little bit of a lighter night, but right now Dyke New Hartford leading Applington Parkersburg 8-7 there in the 5th inning. And in game number 2 between Cedar Falls and Cedar Rapids Kennedy, Cedar Falls currently leading 3-0 at the end of the 3rd. Kennedy won game number 1 in that matchup. And Ottumwa, a 12-0 and a 10-0 victory over Waterloo East tonight. Scoreboard update all brought to you by Central State Bank. A tapper back up the middle as Roosevelt will lead off the inning with a single. Grace Bell with that tapper back up the middle. She had a double in the 2nd and now a single here in the 6th. As we take a look at that last out here there in the bottom of the 5th inning, Kate Sandvik just tapped on the helmet as her hand was sliding in on the plate. That one was a bang-bang play. So Bell leads off the 6th and turns over to the top of the lineup as Burriola will send a weak tapper to Briley Danielson at shortstop, over to Lainey Danielson at first. And it is a 6-4 ground out by Burriola for out number 1. It does move Grace Bell over to second base. And this will bring up Clara Page. And Page will foul off the first pitch she sees down the right field line. And out of play for a strike. So Bell stands at second. Page is at the plate. 0-1. Pitches upstairs from Hannah Osgood, 1-1. Played 6 innings in game number 1. It was 9-0 Roosevelt winning that one. And a much tighter contest here in game number 2 as Page sends a pop-up behind home plate into the stands. And it's now 1-2 count on Clara Page. 2 singles tonight and a fly out. She's 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored in the 2-hole. 1-2 from Osgood upstairs. Yes, Bounty will reach up and grab that one on the 2-2 count. Osgood comes set, and she'll rocket fire home. Upstairs now full count. Runner at second base takes a big lead, but back to second goes Bell. So full count from Osgood. This would be a big out to get right here and not get to Tenley Thompson, the 3-hole hitter. Here's a 3-2 upstairs off the glove of Bonnie, and over to third base goes Bell. And that'll be a walk as Clara Page will get aboard. And Tenley Thompson will head to the plate. He is 2 for 3 tonight. And the Bobcats will have a meeting in the circle. Coming up after our game tonight, we will name our player of the game, all presented by Opa Grill in Marshalltown. Last night, Briley Danielson with a 2-run home run. She was our Opa player of the game last night. Center fielders having their own, or outfielders having their own meeting of their own, as Kate Sandvik standing in center field. Well, the meeting in the circle is over, and 1 out in the inning. A runner at third for Roosevelt. And Grace Bell, Clara Page just walked. She's standing at first. And at the plate, Tenley Thompson. Osgood ready. First pitch of the at-bat is upstairs and inside. Thompson did not move away, but that was riding in on her for ball #1. Thompson adjusts her gloves, back into the batter's box. Left-handed batter at the plate against a right-handed pitcher in Hannah Osgood. The 1-0. Upstairs again, 2-0. Baseball in action, second game of their doubleheader, as Roosevelt is currently leading that one 3-0. And 2-0 on the way upstairs. Osgood kind of losing it here in this at-bat against Thompson. 3-0. As Page is now at second base. So runners at second and third, 1 away in the top of the 6th. Roosevelt with a 4-2 lead. 3-0 count, and that one just misses, and the bases are loaded as Thompson works a walk. So a hot night for Bernie Weil, as she's the 4-hole hitter, and she has 3 singles. And the base is loaded with just 1 out. And off the end of the bat, Weil will pop this one up out of play on the third base side into the stands. One to Wiles, smacked up the middle underneath the glove of Wise. It'll score 1 and possibly 2. Sandvik with a good throw to home plate, but Bounty was just too far in front of home plate to tag in time, and the runner from second will score as Page and Bell come in to score for Roosevelt, making it 6-2. Looking at the replay as Wheel with that RBI single, advancing to second on the throw. 2 RBI for Weil. And time called here before Vukovic gets to the plate. So Avery Vukovic at the plate. We'll see a new left fielder. It looks like we're not going to have a pitching change. I thought maybe we were going to see a replacement for Osgood, but we have a fielding change. And so Smith is out of left field, and in to play the field it will be Carson Price. And it looks like Smith is going to go out to the bullpen and get warmed up. And so that's what that substitution is all about, to get a relief pitcher warmed up and in place for Hannah Osgood. There's a couple of walks this inning, as well as a couple of hits. And the Riders now extending their lead by 2 more. It's 6-2 in the top of the 6th inning. As Vukovic will stand in with a 1-0 count. So far tonight, 0 for 3 at the plate. Here's the 1-0 and fought off. Tapped back to Osgood. She'll go to first base and not in time. Vukovic beats it out, and she picks up a single and an RBI as she drives in. Another Roosevelt Roughrider. They check back to first, and on the feet they get Vukovic for the out. Out number 2, but a run from third scores as Weil and Thompson both score, and it is now 7-2 the score. No, it is 8. It is 8-2. I believe two runs scored there, so it is 8-2 now. As Weil and Thompson both scored that on that play, but Vukovic had the single, picked up the RBI, and then aggressiveness on the base pass. They caught Vukovic off at first base for the out, but allowed that run to score. So 2 outs in the inning as Nanny Bell will step in. Left-handed batter at the plate, rips one down the first base line, past the glove of Lainey Danielson, into the corner, dives Munt. She'll throw it back in, and Bell slides into second base with a double. That was a hard hit by Bell, and she smacked a home run in game number 1. And now Jalea Lee, who batted last inning, taking over for Adeline Scott, who was the starting pitcher tonight. We have a timeout as the infield will meet, down by 6 runs in the top of the 6th inning. Head coach Jason Bowers is out, and Aubrey Munt is laying down in right field. And so Jason Bowers is going to go check her out. She had a long run to throw that one back in. And she kind of tripped and fell in the corner chasing that one, and it looks like she is going to be all right. We have a pitching change. We'll tell you who is into the game to pitch for the Bobcats when we come back. This is Bobcats Softball. You're watching KFJB-TV. Night is over for Hannah Osgood. 5 2/3 innings pitched. She gives up 13 hits and 8 runs on the board. A couple of runners on the base paths would be credited to her. A pitching change all brought to you tonight by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. So the 8th grader into the game is Brooklyn Smith to pitch. And, of course, no varsity stats a year ago. And her first appearance of the season so far. So Osgood would go down on the final stat line if at second base Nanny Bell would score. She had a double just a moment ago, and then the pitching change happened. As Jalea Lee will enter the game, and a first pitch strike fired in by the 8th grader Brooklyn Smith. A great pitch on the inner half to Lee. And I believe our defense has pretty much stayed the same. And Lee is going to smack one into foul territory down the right field line and out of reach of Munt. And strike number 2 from Brooklyn Smith. We had Carson Price come in and replace Smith a moment ago. Sandvik still in center. Munt is okay and still in right field after she fell down chasing down a ball. Coleman, Danielson, Wise. Danielson from left to right in the outfield. And now Smith pitching to Gianna Bounty. And an off-speed pitch caught the corner, says the umpire. And that is out number 3. And a strikeout for Brooklyn Smith. We do have a question. Whether it was an illegal pitch if she did not come set in time. or came too quickly with her motion to home plate. So it'll be called a ball, so not a strikeout. A 1-2 count. You do have to pause for 1 second before you can't be one fluid motion to come home. And Smith will fire, and this one is laced into center field, cutting down on Sandvik. She runs in, makes the catch, but Brooklyn Smith, in relief of Hannah Osgood, gets the out. And now they're going to say another illegal pitch. So it'll be ruled a ball again. So 2-2 count. Wow. I didn't see anything wrong with that last one, but Briley Danielson came in and gave an explanation to the 8th grade pitcher in Brooklyn Smith. And we're going to do it all over again. A 2-2 count on the illegal pitch. Smith comes set, fires home, and that one upstairs. And so just like that, you have a strikeout and then a flyout, but Lee, given second life, has now worked a full count, 3-2. Here in the top of the 6th, 8-2, Riders on top. They have a runner at second. Smith on the plate, will fire home, and that one a little high to Lee and a walker. Wow. So my scorecard is all ruined now, as that'll be a walk in the end to Lee. So the Bobcats thought they had a strikeout, then they thought they had a fly out. And in the end, it's a walk, and it'll put a runner over at first base. And in for the courtesy runner is Lily Lehman, as Sloan Swanson will head back to the plate. So 9 batters now at the plate here in the 6th. And Smith bounces the first pitch to Swanson to the plate, and the runners will move up. It is a ball to Swanson. Bell is over to third. To second goes Lehman, the runner, courtesy runner for Lee. Bounty is going to take time and come out and talk to the pitcher in Smith. So Swanson digs back in with a 1-0 count. And the pitch is low and inside, down at the feet of Swanson, 2-0. Lights taking even more full effect here at the softball diamond. Smith loads up, fires in high and outside, 3-0. Smith being encouraged from the dugout. And she slaps the ball into her glove, and she'll engage the plates and fires home on the 3-0, and will find a strike on the inner half. 3-1, Smith battling back. Swanson tonight, 0 for 3 at the plate. 3-1 is inside low, and the bases are loaded again. And Swanson will walk. And the Riders will bat around here in the 6th. Grace Bell led off the inning with a single and a run scored. It is 8-2, bases loaded, 2 outs in the inning. Bobcats nearly out of the inning, but a couple of illegal pitches kept Lee in the count, and she ended up working a walk. Pitch low and outside to Grace Bell, 1-0. Defense pretty much straight up here for the Bobcats with the bases loaded. Here's the 1-0. And that one will touch the outer half for a strike. 1-1 to Bell. So First at bat of the inning as Hannah Osgood faced Grace Bell, and now Bell seeing Brooklyn Smith, the 8th grader. And time is called. And it's going to be another illegal pitch, the third one of the inning. A ball issued to Grace Bell. And our home plate umpire, I believe, talking about the initiation of getting on when the ball comes together into the glove. And Smith will fire in, and that is right underneath her, back up the middle. One run is in to score, and another will score as Nanny Bell and Lily Lehman, the courtesy runner for Lee, will score, and it is now 10-2. So 2 singles in the inning by Grace Bell, and this time she picks up 2 RBI to extend the Riders' lead. Over to third goes Sloan Swanson. So runners at the corners. Bell at first, Swanson's at third, and digging in for the second time in the inning, Haley Burriola. Grounded out 6-4 earlier this inning. And takes the first pitch ball from Smith, 1-0. Smith will fire home. The 1-0 is low and inside to the right-handed batter, 2-0. Two outs in the inning. That third out just evading the Bobcats here in the top of the 6th. Smith fires home low and in the dirt, stopped by Bounty, and 3-0. Three on the way, 3-0 on the way, and taking all the way and watching, Burriola takes a strike on the inner half, 3-1. On the way. And off-speed pitch, just a little bit high, and a walk. And the bases loaded again in the inning. So Burriola works a walk, and now Clara Page, who walked and scored this inning, is at the plate for the second time. And the pitch is low and in the dirt inside, 1-0. On the way, bounce to home plate. This will score another run as he gets to the backstop. The relay to the pitcher, Smith covering home plate from Bounty, not in time. The runner from third and Sloan Swanson scores. And it's now 11-2, Bobcats lead. Or excuse me, trail. Runners all moved up a bag, so Burriola to second. Over to the third goes Bell. It is a 2-0 count to Page. As the Bobcats have a meeting in the circle, Briley Danielson having a little talk, as well as you see Olivia Wise, the second baseman, tapping the pitcher, Smith, on the shoulder right there. She heads back to second base. Maybe trying to settle down the 8th grader in a tough spot here with runners at second and third. The 2-0. And that will touch for a strike. A little bit up in the zone, but called a strike, 2-1. And that'll be another illegal pitch as Brooklyn Smith had her hand in the glove with the ball, and she brought her hand out And definitely cannot do that. And unlike baseball, be a balk and the runners would move up. They do not here in softball. So 3-1 on the way. And upstairs, and that'll Walker. Should have been ball. Their legal pitch was a ball, so it should have been a walk right there, but I believe they're saying a 2-2 count. Or a 3. I'm not sure. I believe it's 3-2 now. It's got to be. Smith will fire in, and that one fouled to the backstop. Page got a piece of it, fired it right back into the Bobcat script behind home plate. With 2 outs in the inning, Bobcats just trying to get one more. Smith fires in, and that one's on the inner half as it will sneak by Bounty to the backstop, and another run is in. Grace Bell will score. And the Riders now extend their lead 12-2 as Page works the walk. So back-to-back walks as Burriola now stands at third. And we'll have another pitching change. 12-2 our score. We're in the top of the 6th. A second out, just evading the Bobcats here. And the Riders pouring on the runs here in the 6th on KFJB-TV.
Legends American Grill is the perfect place to watch your favorite team. Enjoy wings, nachos, steaks, and prime rib available on Friday and Saturday nights. It's game on for great food and your favorite drink to wash it down. You like burgers? Legends has fantastic, unique burger creations like this. The Legends Burger. Absolutely delicious. Gather with friends, enjoy your favorite team's games with the NFL Sunday Ticket, and make some memories. Legends American Grill in Marshalltown and our new Newton location, where the game is always on.
So an inning pitch for Brooklyn Smith. We have another pitching changed. All brought to you by Ethington Heating and Cooling. They're not comfortable until you are. And to pitch, Faith Summerlot for the Bobcats. 7th grader will be in to pitch. Being told she's an 8th grader, but the official rosters have her listed as 7th graders. So, but Summerlots will pitch for the Bobcats. No stats coming in here. And she takes her warm-up pitches as we're in the top of the 6th inning. And 2 outs. And runners at second and third for the Roughriders. Or excuse me, first and third. And Tenley Thompson, left-handed batter, will step in for the second time this inning. Worked a walk and a run scored earlier. And Summerlot fires in, and that one sneaks by Bounty, but she gathers it in as it falls beneath her. And a first pitch ball for Thompson. And over to second goes Page. So runners at second and third now. The 1-0 is low and in the dirt. It's 2-0. And smacked right back to Summerlot, and it sneaks through her as well as past the second baseman and Wise. 1 run is in to score. And Tenley Thompson on the throw in will go over to second base. So a single and an RBI by Thompson drives in Burriola from third base, and it's now 13-2. Bobcats trailing. And Bernie Wheel will have a pinch hitter for her. Lola Tate Dotson will dig in. Two outs in the inning, and runners at second and third. First pitch is in, and it's low, ball one. And Summerlot finds the zone, 1-1 count now. Thompson stands in. Here's the 1-1 by Summerlot, and it is high, 2-1. Runners at second and third for the Riders. Still in the top of the sixth, 13-2. Riders on top. Off the end of the bat, it goes foul by Tate Thompson, and 2-2 the count now from Summerlot. Two on the way. Tate Thompson fouls it back into the backstop. And still a 2-2 count as Summerlot will get the ball back from Bounty. And Tate Thompson digs back in at the plates. Summerlot, the eighth grader, fires in 2-2. And this one's smacked to second base, called for by Olivia Wise, and she makes the catch, and the Bobcats are finally out of the sixth inning. That one lasting forever as the Riders pour on runs. Nine more runs come across the plate here in the sixth for the Riders, and they take a 13-2 lead as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Bobcats down to their final 3 outs of the game when we come back on KFJB-TV.
Don't let concerns about shifts in the market disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones financial advisor Zach Wall can help. He'll work with you on an investment strategy for long-term results. Edward Jones can give you the tools and knowledge for a steady approach to hitting your financial targets. Get started by giving Zach Wall a call at 641-752-3017 in Marshalltown or visiting edwardjones.com. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Well, the Roosevelt Roughriders have left 9 on base, but it hasn't mattered much because they've had a ton of production here tonight, helped by some walks, but 13 runs off of 15 hits for the Roughriders. Now leading 13-2, heading to the bottom of the sixth inning. It'll be Lainey Danielson, Aubrey Muntz, Kaylin Coleman due up for the Bobcats. As leading it off here, Lainey Danielson and Aubrey Munt, they have been the lone players responsible for the run production here tonight. Lainey Danielson with a couple of runs and 2 RBIs for Aubrey Muntz. A sacrifice fly back in the second and a single and an RBI in the fourth. So this is where you want the production to be to start out the inning. As Lainey Danielson will dig in 1 for 1 tonight with a walk and a double. And Jalea Lee back out for her third inning of work. Replacing Adeline Scott to begin the night. Fires in a first pitch ball. It's 1-0 to Lainey Danielson. And the next pitch from Lee will hit up in the zone for a strike. Working its way away from Lainey Danielson, 1-1. Swing and a miss. Laney Danielson missing on that pitch, working away on the outer half to hurt. 1-2. Kind of stretching out after taking that swing, and she'll step back into the batter's box. Lee fires in, and it's low and in the dirt. Stopped by Bell behind home plate. 2-2. Lights taking full effect as the sun is set off to our west about a half an hour ago. Lee fires in. It's inside. Caught looking is Laney Danielson for out one. Backwards K in your scorecard at home. And luckily the rain missing us off to our north here tonight. So one away in the bottom of the sixth. Bobcats down to the final 2 outs of this game if they're not able to score. Aubrey Muntz, 1 for 1 with 2 RBI tonight, stands in. And she'll look at a first pitch strike on the inner half from Lee. Muntz, right-handed batter versus the right-handed pitcher, watches. Pitch down in the dirt inside, 1-1. Lee taking her time between pitches. And now Muntz smacks one into right field, but there, almost overrunning it is Bell, but she reaches back and hauls it in for out 2. So 2 down, and Kaylin Coleman will now dig in with the Bobcats down to last out of the night. Ames earlier tonight defeated Des Moines East 13-0. And then 16-0 in game number 2. As we take a look at our Central State Bank scoreboard, as Cedar Rapids Kennedy falls in game 2 between Cedar Falls 3-0, so those two teams split earlier tonight. And right now in the bottom of the 7th inning, Dyke New Hartford is all over Applington Parkersburg 19-7. 0-1 on the way to Coleman, and that one will miss inside, 1-1. Coleman a strikeout and a flyout. She's 0 for 2 tonight. Here's a 1-1. Swing and a miss underneath. That one was rising from Lee, and 1-2. Bobcats down to their final strike of the night here with Coleman at the plate. Lee rocks and fires home. And trying to go off speed upstairs, but lost it, 2-2. Two and two out, bottom of the 6th, 13-2. Roosevelt leading. And the pitch is low from Lee again. And it's now full count, 3-2. Bobcats fell 9-0 in game 1. Here's a 3-2. Smacked by Coleman into center field. Vukovic will have that one fall right in front of her as the second baseman and Wheel was trying to get over there, but couldn't, and it looks like Coleman, I thought maybe she rolled her ankle or something over there at first, but she did not. She's all right. She will see a ball fall in for a single into shallow center field. And it looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner or a pinch runner for Coleman. As we look at that one on KFJB-TV on replay, as that one falling just in. And a pinch runner over at first for the Bobcats. In to run, it'll be Rael Brott, the 8th grader. So Brott in to run for the Bobcats. And Lee, the first pitch of the at-bat to Olivia Wise, is smacked out of play down the first base side for strike one. Taking a look at the Bobcat dugout. Encouraging on Olivia Wise at the plate, the freshman. Right-handed batter versus Lee, the right-handed pitcher. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. And behind on that one, 0-2. So Wise stands in. It's 0-2 in the count with 2 down, bottom of the 6th. And the pitch is in. Swing and a miss. It's dropped by the catcher, picked up by Bell. Over to Page at first base. And that'll be a strikeout for Jalea Lee. And out number 3 recorded on the putout right there from Bell, throwing it down to Page at first base. And that'll be a final in game number 2, 13-2, as the Bobcats this week dropped all 6 of their contests so far. Swept by Ames on Monday night, Fort Dodge last night, and Roosevelt here tonight. 9-0 in game 1 and 13-2 in game number 2. Jalea Lee finishes out the night. Final 3 innings as Adeline Scott started off the night for the Roosevelt Roughriders. And the Bobcats on the season fall to a mark of 2-7 as Roosevelt continues their good play this year. They're now 6-2 on the season with the victory here tonight. Coming up, we had the locker room report, all brought to you by Wells Fargo Advisors. This is Bobcats Softball. You're listening on News Talk 1230 AM, 93.9 FM, and right here on KFJB-TV.
At Sports Plus Sports Medicine and Physical Therapy Center, we customize each patient's treatment plan to their individual needs. What does that mean? It means that not every back or knee problem is treated the same, and that your program will be unique and designed especially for your needs or problem. This improves how quickly you will return to work or sports. The Sports Plus staff is encouraging and takes pride in your successful recovery. This is just one more reason why champions choose Sports Plus Physical Therapy as their favorite place to rehabilitate and train.
Wayward Social is the place for fun. With 20 lanes of bowling, leagues for all levels, great food and drink options, an awesome arcade, there is a ton of fun to be had at Wayward Social. And that's just on the inside. Step outside and enjoy patio life at Gutter Point with drinks, shuffleboard, live music, and fun atmosphere. Follow Wayward Social on Facebook for updates on specials and live music. It is all on South 6th Street in Marshalltown. Visit wayward-social.com to plan your next visit to the place for fun.
Your degree, your way. Online learning at Marshalltown Community College lets you learn at your own pace, from home, fitting education into your life. Choose from 9 fully online programs. Balance work, family, and your future. Plus, you get dedicated support just like on-campus students. Library, advising, everything you need. Online degrees at MCC, flexible, accessible, and supported. Visit MarshalltownCommunityCollege.com to learn more. Start learning your way today.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome into the Locker Room Report, all presented by Wells Fargo Advisors. James Hunt and Jeff Isgrig, located at 14 East Southridge Road in Marshalltown. Bobcats fall in the doubleheader tonight, 9-0 and 13-2 in game number 2 here tonight to the Roosevelt Roughriders. Riders improved to 6-2 on the season. Bobcats fall to 2-7 on the year as Bobcats Hannah Osgood started out the night. She went 5 2/3, gives up 13 hits and 9 runs. And in relief, the Bobcats give up 4 runs as well. Brooklyn Smith came in to pitch, as well as Faith Summerlot. And they end up closing out things here tonight. Roosevelt picks up 13 runs on 15 hits. They did leave 9 runners aboard as the Bobcats did pick up a hit late in the 6th inning by Kaylin Coleman, but not able to produce anything. So Bobcats get 2 runs here tonight off of a total of 4 hits, and Bobcats did leave 4 runners on base here in game number 2 as we look at one of the hits of the night right back up the middle, as that was Aubrey Munt driving in Lainey Danielson back in the 4th inning. Lainey Danielson did score both of the runs here for the Bobcats in game number 2. Take a timeout. When we come back, we'll name our player of the game, all brought to you by Opa Grill in Marshalltown. This is the Locker Room Report. You're watching KFJB-TV.
You planned and saved for your child to go to college, but medical school after graduation was a surprise. A happy, expensive surprise. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When opportunities surprise you, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
Registration for the upcoming school year in Marshalltown is Tuesday, July 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Miller Middle School. A birth certificate is required if a new student is joining. If parents are unable to attend, they can go online to the Infinite Campus System. To begin, go to the district website, marshalltown.k12.ia.us, and click on Academics. All new families in the Marshalltown Community School District must register at the District Welcome Center, downtown Marshalltown. Here's to the 2025-2026 school year.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back to the Marshalltown Softball Complex. Brandon Lewis with you tonight. As time to name our player of the game. All brought to you by Opa Grill in Marshalltown. Serving up Greek and traditional favorites. All you have to say is Opa. Well, tonight at the plate, 1 for 2 with a walk. And 2 runs scored. Lainey Danielson, she picked up a double and a run scored in the 4th inning. And she is our player of the game tonight. The senior receives a $25 gift certificate to Opa Grill in Marshalltown. This is the Locker Room Report. You're listening to News Talk 1230, KFJB AM 93.9 FM, and watching right here on KFJB-TV.
What does OPA mean? OPA means joy, enthusiasm, and approval. And when you dine at Opa Grill in Marshalltown, you'll understand why. With their made-to-order pasta, soups, and salads made daily with the freshest ingredients. Favorites include chicken parmesan pan-fried to perfection, fresh and light chicken lemon rice soup, and their signature Opa salad topped with seasoned gyro meat. Opa Grill Family Restaurant in Marshalltown, where you can dine in or drive through. All you have to say is OPA!
You're an empty nester closing in on that retirement property. Chances are your plans didn't include mom moving in, but life happens and you do the right thing. Wells Fargo Advisors can help. For more than 125 years, we've created wealth management and investment strategies aimed at achieving our clients' personal financial goals. When retirement means caring for yourself and a loved one, turn to Wells Fargo Advisors. Together we'll go far.
Wells Fargo Advisors is located at 14 East South Ridge Road in Marshalltown. Call them at 641-752-5401. They're a member SIPC.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Welcome back inside Room Reports. Now joined by Town Bobcats coach. I know. I think, long term that helps. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And
okay. Kind of pointing to her.
She pitched really well tonight. I mean, all the way up to the 6th inning. I think it was a 3-run game. She was hitting her spots and just did an outstanding job. And she took a step in the Fort Dodge game because she was struggling hitting her spots. She worked the off season really hard on her swing, and a lot of times she'll swing out of her shorts, was what I call it, just kind of like an overswing. But when she's about 85%, she's
TV.
Some say life is like a road trip. Is it a coincidence Scooter's Coffee is a drive-thru? We don't think so. Whether you need a coffee while you enjoy the view, to just get you through the long stretch, or to refuel between stops, Scooter's Coffee is there, brewing up delicious coffee, espresso blenders, smoothies, iced drinks, and more, with the convenience of a drive-thru so you can stay on the road and enjoy the ride. So go ahead, scoot on around. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Scooters in Marshalltown.
McGregor's Furniture and Mattress is your local furniture store in Marshalltown, and they are proud to support Marshalltown Bobcat Athletics. If you need a new recliner to relax in, or perhaps a new dining set for the whole family, shop McGregor's. They also have a good selection of luxurious sectional sofas. Score the mattress of your dreams with an assist from the McGregor's friendly and knowledgeable staff. You'll be the household MVP when you bring home the winning selection from McGregor's Furniture and Mattress downtown Marshalltown. Open 7 days a week.
The KFJB-TV Locker Room Report, presented by Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown.
Back in on the Locker Room Report. Transportation today provided by Carl Auto Group of Marshalltown. Carl is your dealer for life. Well, our next broadcast is coming up next week, as we'll have baseball and softball here on KFJB-TV. Coming up next week on June 11th, we'll have baseball, Marshalltown taking on Ottumwa, and then the following night, June 12th, we'll have softball, Marshalltown against Mason City. Both of those doubleheaders starting at 5 and 7 o'clock. Thanks so much to our KFJB-TV crew here tonight. David Bragger, our on-site producer. Jeff Brooks, our producer back at the radio studios. Keith Stewart and Elijah Bond on camera crew. I'm Brianna Lewis. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. You have been watching Marshalltown Bobcats softball right here on your home for the Cats, KFJB-TV.
Bobcat Athletics on KFJB-TV is made possible by Assured Partners, Greg Young of Marshalltown, Lennox Employees Credit Union, Marshalltown Area Chamber, Marshalltown Community College, McGregor's Furniture and Mattress, Sports Plus, Wayward Social, Wells Fargo Advisors of Marshalltown, Marshalltown School District, Scooters of Marshalltown, Legends American Grill, Sandvik Enterprises in Marshalltown, your Marshalltown Hy-Vee, and State Farm. Tyler Pashong Agency.